Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to the 300th episode of Big Think Dimension with Dan and Bob Video Games. This is madness.
Oh, really?
Chris Wolfhart.
Remember Meet the Spartans?
And Dr. Agro.
Molon Lave, but I'm not a racist.
You're on GigaBoots.
Look, I'm into a lot of historical stuff that I now have to preface about.
I imagine there's a whole room of your house with marble busts that now make you questionable to complete strangers.
God, Deus Vult has just been lost to us entirely.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Big Think Dimension number 300. This is the one where we answer your questions. All of them. We're going to be here for a day. Bob, why did you tell them we would answer all of their questions, Bob?
Hey, I did that with Bleach, not this.
That's true. If there's one consistent gag with Bleach, it's saying that it is far more impressive a series than it is. We're going to read everything Kubo said in the margins of every volume. Bob, are you okay? No. Anyways, hey, how's it going? Nothing's broken. Hooray.
Wow.
Now, I would like to know, we are building the new GigaBoots PC. In fact, it is built. It has just got a really old video card in it because I don't want to deconstruct this one yet.
Uh-huh.
I have to use it for work.
It's back there. It's behind Chris.
It's behind Chris. There's this cat boy person is just covering this fucking new PC. I hate Windows 11. Setting it up, it asked me to sign up for 2 to 3 subscriptions, paid for subscriptions. One of them was Game Pass.
Dan, get ready for that to just be a thing it does intermittently when an update happens. We updated. You should probably now sign up for Game Pass.
Sign up for Game Pass.
Or Office 365.
Office 365 now?
How do you live without OneDrive?
Easily.
I fucking am sick of that shit.
Yeah, me too. I hate all of it.
It should be illegal.
It should.
It probably is technically.
Yes, because if you offering a browser with your system and not allowing people to change it, like out of the gate, is illegal, you bet your ass trying to sell them 3 subscriptions should be. Especially when some of those subscriptions go into completely different industries, like the video game industry.
Yeah.
That's not even remotely related to, like, One 365 or whatever they call it, OneDrive.
Mm-hmm.
That, all the other ones have 365 in them for some reason. Like, what was it? Live 365 and Microsoft 365? They have 2 different brands that are like, anyways. Yeah, all that should be illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Probably is. Hopefully some action taken ever. Anytime, U.S. government, anytime. I'm trying to remain optimistic. The other thing that sucks is the taskbar cannot be on the side. Do you know how long I've been having this taskbar on the right side of my monitor? Because in a video editor, you want as much vertical resolution as possible.
Right.
Not anymore.
Nope. They just removed that feature for literally no reason.
I don't get it.
I don't either.
I don't understand. It took them forever to be able to move it, apparently, from the middle, like center align, to left align in Windows 11. I'm coming years late into this OS, and it still feels like it's unbelievably worse than its predecessor.
Yeah. No, I've been using 2 monitors, one with the vertical orientation, one with the horizontal orientation for a while now. And I like having on my vertical monitor a vertical taskbar, but they're like, no, why would you ever do that? Who would actually align their monitor in the setup we allow for?
Okay, check this out, bro. I'm going to rotate it. Just keep the taskbar. They're like, no.
No.
And it's like, so it has nothing to do with it being in the long orientation? No. I just need it to be down. Windows be like, the enemy's gate is down. And I'm like, sick reference. And they're like, anyways, we've ruined UI for decades to come. How's it going? Welcome to episode 300 of Big Think Dimension, where Dan has to talk about Windows 11 because, unfortunately, he had to use Windows 11.
Big mistake.
I'm your host, Dan, and my hostages are Bob.
Hey, everybody.
Chris Wolfhart and Dr. Agro.
It's not that bad. Someone help me.
Fine. We'll stop focusing on horrible corporate misdeeds and talk about what we've been playing Funko Pop games and Lego games. Let me explain. This is really funny because I didn't know this until yesterday to full effect. Lego Horizon is a Lego game about, allegedly, the events of the first Horizon game with a bunch of play sets and toys in it you cannot buy. Yeah, Funko Fusion is a Funko cross-media, transmedia event where it has a bunch of different IPs from different things showing up in it with Funkos that you can't buy yet. There are Funkos in this you cannot buy yet.
Huh.
How did both of these games go? We're shilling products that don't even exist yet.
I mean, it worked for Star Wars. That was the key to their success, right? Not having the toys ready in time.
Yes, that was the thing that sealed that deal. 100%.
So remember that that Willy Wonka AI shit?
Yeah.
That's how Funko Fusion comes off to me.
Yes.
Because you made a Funko Pop game, and like half the levels, like nothing, like He-Man makes total sense.
Yeah.
Scott Pilgrim makes some measure of sense.
Some. Yes.
At least a little bit.
Absolutely.
The Thing makes the slightest amount, some level of sense.
I don't think so, but go on.
Well, that's because
That's
you
a
have
movie people know.
Oh, you're saying as moves to integrate into this. Okay. I wasn't sure if you were saying the
But
levels
then-
themselves. Okay.
Yeah, but then Umbrella Academy, Hot Fuzz. Is there only fucking 5 worlds? Is there a 6th one I'm not remembering?
Jurassic World.
Yeah, Jurassic
Oh,
World.
and Jurassic World. So it's like you failed at even it being like IP slop. Like you completely failed to leverage the power of IP in this literal shovelware asset flip scam game.
Did he list Battlestar Galactica?
He did not.
No,
Okay.
I did not.
A
Fucking
TV show
Battlestar
from
Galactica from
1978.
They did the old Battlestar
They
Galactica?
did the original Battlestar Galactica.
Cool.
So here's the thing I find amusing that I think is worth focusing on immediately. You do these worlds. We can talk about what those levels are constructed from later. The highlight is at the end of every world, they have to have a giant boss fight, and then you collect enough goo that pours out of the purple possessed evil boss, because they're possessed by the bad guy of the game, Eddie Funko. You have to shoot them until enough goo comes out to put into a canister, to change the canister from purple to golden, so it will summon a big dude to fight them.
So fucking stupid.
So, you know, in Scott Pilgrim, you get Nega Scott. Actually, what did you get in Jurassic? Oh, in Jurassic World, you get the T-Rex.
Right.
Okay, and I shouldn't have to hit the spoilers for the Funko Fusion game. Aggro, you've seen the movie The Thing, right?
Uh-huh.
At the end of The Thing, to fight the Thing from The Thing, you summon a giant Funko version of The Thing on the movie poster for The Thing. So a giant thing with its face glowing light out.
And this was legitimately the highlight of the whole game.
The whole game! I was
it's
like,
really stupid.
possibly
that
the
sounds kinda
funniest
based.
thing in the game.
Yes.
So you have what someone might think The Thing is if they haven't seen the movie The Thing versus the actual thing from The Thing.
Non-zero chance that is what happened in initial planning stages.
That's true.
Yeah. You never know with old projects like that.
You never know. Other things worth talking about with this game, it is a third-person shooter. The different Funkos have different abilities. Each world has a unique ability, which will unlock traversal things in other worlds, which is a nightmare.
I think it's worth pointing out they made maybe the worst choice of gameplay paradigm possible for a Funko Pop, a creature with a gigantic head that is very short to the ground. You should not make a third-person shooter out of that if you think for even 12 seconds. if you have even half of a brain.
Well, they had to use Unreal Engine 5 to make product.
I mean, it would. I think that would work from the angle of if you were just mowing down these Funkos, like you were blowing their heads off super easily, but you have to shoot everybody like 100 times.
It would work if it was more like an auto aim situation. It was like, hold the shoot button.
Yeah, like a third birthday or any number of Japanese-made third-person shooters from
Funko Gungrave when.
Or even make it a twin-stick shooter. Just like angle the camera
Top down.
Up. Yeah, top down. Of course, then you're seeing the Funkos from an even worse angle. Never mind.
So again, I'm going to push off describing the normal gameplay and how funny that can be to talk about interesting things around the game. This game... So there was a guy who was one of the founders of Telltale Traveler's Tales games. T2, I think they changed their name to eventually. Anyways, Traveler's Tales, the people who made the Lego games. That founder started making YouTube videos. And in those YouTube videos, he kind of revealed slightly towards the end that maybe he is a bit full of himself and arrogant, and maybe has a weird tone to the way he talks. The last video he made, as far as I know, which he then unlisted, never mind, jumping ahead of myself, was a video that was like, you could make Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart on the PS3. Source.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
I made split screen work in Lego. Well, has it occurred to you that the fidelity might be relevant to whether or not you could get portals working at time? Also, there are other logistics of like, well, the rifts happen fast enough where you would only be able to read so much data into memory, into the backup pool of RAM. So even though your assertion, as blatantly tenuous as it is, exists, maybe if the fidelity looked like ass, you still have a bandwidth issue from your medium.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, when the internet and other developers started blowing him up for the tone of that video, he unlisted it and privated it, and then he brought it back later with no announcement to his YouTube followers, so that way he wouldn't get blown up again.
Yeah, I think any argument he makes about anything ever can be negated by showing, look at this game you made. Just holding up Funko Fusion in front of him like a talisman.
Well, see, that's what I was going to get to. Apparently, what happened is during that most recent Lego Star Wars games development, that guy, one of the founders of Traveler's Tales, and a few other devs from the studios left to make the studio that made Funko Fusion. And there were allegations of an incredibly toxic workplace underneath them during the development of that game.
No, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
What I'm trying to say is the developer or the director of Days Gone really should have made a YouTube channel.
We aren't ready. He'd have so many base truths to tell us.
He has like a cool chiptune intro, and it's like, and then the graphic gets it, and he's just like the woke liberals are taking over Hollywood. Memory leaks can take over your game if you don't manage them.
Did he ever fucking release that director's cut of the Toy Story game?
I don't know if he ever did for the Toy Story game. He did that for
What a prick.
He did that for Sonic 3D Blast.
Right.
I thought a lot of his videos were illuminating and interesting. And then they've started veering into that tone.
Uh-huh.
So it's really funny to 4 years later get this game that's just like the guy with the huge ego who left Traveler's Tale to make, because it's Funko. It's literally Lego adjacent, notionally.
Yes. You can, like, having played a little bit of real Lego game, you can see that it's just a weird parody of those.
Yeah. And, before someone goes, well, just because he founded a new studio doesn't mean he's the creative director.
Mm-hmm. Also, we played this on the PS5 Pro and it ran terribly.
Yeah.
It's clearly a completely unoptimized Unreal Engine 5 mess.
Which is enormously funny, given we kept referencing the Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. I could make this on the PS3. And I'm like, really? Because you couldn't make a Funko game on my PS5 Pro run right? The hell's wrong with you?
You don't understand. I was legally obligated to turn on all the ruin the game features.
No.
Do you think this shit's even going to come out on Switch?
I don't know. I don't think it will.
And PS4, because those are both supposed to happen December 6th. They feel like they're so close, unless they got delayed again.
Some places list the Switch version as March, which just sounds like an end of fiscal year.
Fusion licensed Twitter account says December 6th, and they said it on the 19th. So, like, not even that long ago, like this week.
We'll see. That's exciting.
I feel like it's gonna get delayed. Like, I think it'll happen because they took it to a Nintendo Direct.
Oh yeah, Nintendo will kill them.
Right. It feels like they are obligated to do it at this point. Mm-hmm. No matter how bad it is. They'll probably...
Which will be really bad.
Yeah.
Blah. Anyway, yeah, this game's rancid. It's so bad. They clearly took the tools to make a multiplayer online third-person shooter and tried to make single-player levels out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's mush. It is just mush. Things aren't scripted well. Things just don't work all the time.
Yeah, we'd have to try things at least 3 times to make sure that we were doing the right thing.
There was a time in a level, I believe it was the Thing level. No, it was Jurassic World. The game softlocked like 8 times.
Yeah.
Like during that stream. 6 times during one world or 5 times during one world.
One of the main things is you need to switch to different Pop Funkos to actually complete objectives. And there are boxes in the level to switch.
Now...
Okay. Everything sounds fine, right?
And the character select is like a realistic size 2 scale from you Funko Pop box.
Yeah.
And so you walk up to it and you press the triangle button. And then if there's a ceiling anywhere above it, you're trapped.
What?
Because it's supposed to play an animation where you walk out of the box. It usually breaks and your character just kind of sticks inside the box and slides up to the outside of the box. And if there's a ceiling above the box, that means you can't leave.
And we don't mean like really close to the box. We mean at all, basically. Like you could have a 3 foot, 4 foot, 5 foot clearance and you would still just get stuck.
It's like if you were indoors, it's over.
It's over.
You have to reset the level. The level took half an hour.
Yeah, no, it's a miserable, loose, janky piece of garbage with soft lock traps in it.
I would like to apologize to Donkey Kong 64 for the Donkey Kong 64 joke I was about to make about mid-level character switching.
Also, the Sing level, multiple times, our pointer for where the next objective was disappeared.
So it was impossible because you don't understand. This isn't like a linear level. They made a multiplayer map and then shoved loosely coded goals into it. So you could just wander the giant Arctic base from the Thing until maybe you found out what to do. Some of the time it just would be like, oh, it didn't open a door.
Yeah.
So literally impossible to beat the level that time. Really impressive stuff.
I'm starting to think this guy couldn't have made Rift Apart on a PS3.
You're starting to believe that, really? Huh. Strange.
I'm starting to think this guy couldn't have made Rift Apart with a disc copy of Rift Apart.
He made a whittled down version. Took a knife to it and took off the label. Unfortunately, that also took off the reflective layer that makes Blu-rays work.
Right?
Yeah, this thing was a real impressive piece of work. They don't make games like this. They almost never made games like this. It feels like somebody made this in dreams.
It does.
You say that, Dan, but I have played a game almost exactly like this, and I'm willing to bet there are many more. The game that I played that was exactly like this was fucking Bang On Balls, which is the Poland Ball 3D platformer.
Poland Ball 3D?
There's a Poland Ball 3D platformer?
Yes, it is called Bang On Balls. Poland Ball, have you never seen those little comics with balls that are country flags and they're all they vary from like this is charming to really racist?
No, I've not seen that.
I have.
Jesus.
But nobody owns those, so a company could just be like, well, we'll make a game about it. Can't own internet memes. And it feels identical to Funko Fusion. Like it's almost exactly the same because it's an Unreal Engine, crank it out. It doesn't matter if it's buggy and broken and incomprehensible. Get it out. We use Unreal. And I'm almost certain there are so many. It's just an Unreal shovelware project that like got surfaced above the muck. I'm willing to bet that if you bought like one of those weird Zorro games or a Paw Patrol game that are on Unreal, they'd be almost identical, like in terms of scope and what you're doing and how how coherent they are.
I bet Paw Patrol hits well above. It wouldn't be hard. Imagine the objective marker worked consistently. Already markedly better experience.
Might have to find out. Don't have to worry about propaganda. You already played Lego Horizon. That ship sailed.
Let's move over to talk about Lego Horizon Adventures, where Bob turned Aloy and everyone else into a cop and installed police stations on every corner.
They let me do this. That's on them.
So it's so unbelievably fucking funny that Insomniac removed police from reality in Spider-Man 2. Naughty Dog took out Donut Drake and replaced it with nothing, which is the actual upsetting part of that. Yet Lego Horizon comes in and you can turn everybody into a cop, and a character's entire fucking personality in this game is that I love donuts and am fat.
Yeah, by the way, Aggro, Aaron's new character trait is he really loves donuts. He's hoping to find the mother load of donuts. Dude loves food. I was like, the whole time they were doing that.
Yeah, that's literally the entire thing.
I feel like this is gonna wound Aggro.
Yeah, I don't feel like this is made for anyone. Like, I can't imagine any fan of Horizon playing this and be like, yeah, that's something I want. There's just so much.
No, you couldn't. Like, with the specific kind of, like, air quotes, irreverent, snarky humor that a Lego game has. No.
Or this Lego game has.
This Lego game that isn't even like a real Lego game. This is a Mega Bloks game.
Yeah.
Lego Aloy is truly one of the most reprehensible characters ever put into anything.
Everyone was like, oh, in the Horizon Zero Dawn remake, they yassified her. We play this, we're like, no, they yassified her here. She's too smiling the whole time. She's just like customer service rep on cocaine tears coming in here. It's fucking nuts.
This game is crazy because I'm convinced during all planning stages, this was a roguelike. Because every level is just, here's 5 combat rooms. Okay, the level's over. And then there's a cutscene.
Yeah, for people who just haven't seen the game at all, it's kind of like a fully 3D isometric, I guess you'd call it hack and slash, but you're just shooting arrows and other things like that. There are what you would call a skill tree if you didn't understand what the word tree meant.
You unlock abilities as you level up. Is that a skill tree? I don't know.
Every level's just combat room mush. It's really impressive. I believe Bob said it best when he said it. I watched a review and they said that it was too similar with too many combat rooms. If a reviewer saying that, I'm terrified for the stream, Dan.
Yeah.
We at least got to see that through, but then this bastard, in order to get people to stop throwing it to the obviously superior game Funko Fusion,
God, no,
turned everyone into a cop. So the chat was too delighted by Cop Aloy and Cop Aaron.
It's already a weird, like, retelling of Zero Dawn that's completely fictitious. Like, that, there's nothing similar about the two things.
There are locations that are the same and people that are the same.
Kind of.
But they're not same to themselves.
Right, it was like
they're
they
not
have the
true to
name
their
of that
original
person.
Yes. They're like, this grandma is loving adventure and she feels young again because she's going out and fighting machines.
It's this Lego game where only 4 characters are playable. 4. That's it. And there's not even silence. There's grandma.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even fucking remember that character.
She was there. I remember
she was there.
her.
She lives in the mountain, doesn't she?
Yeah, she lives in the mountain. She sends you on the first quest, kind of.
I didn't realize until I started playing this game how much of the original Zero Dawn's plot I did remember. As I just go, that's how a guy who was like high during the movie would recap it.
They don't even have the skyscraper, which I feel is probably the most memorable thing in Zero Dawn.
It is. Yeah.
They don't even have it. They have nothing from the old world. Except for the ghost of the main of
what do you call? They're called the forges, right? Where they make the machines and stuff. These self-automated.
I think so.
Okay. The weirdest part is nothing of plot importance seems to really happen inside the forges. You just go in there and do some combat, and then something unrelated occurs almost every time. Where it's just like, that didn't need to happen there.
Right.
Like, nothing occurred between the characters and the environment inside. The funniest part of the game, to me, they couldn't get inside one of the cauldron. Thank you, chat. They couldn't get inside one of the cauldrons. So they have the plan to rebuild one of the big dinosaurs that is acting like a dog, right? So they rebuild and they reprogram it. Now it's their friend. And it's going to bash down the door, and it bashes the door down for them. They get inside. The bad guy turns it, which the bad guy is just straight up a robot chicken Palpatine tier acting. Personality and everything. He then turns the dog evil, and so they have to kill the dog. The police broke and enter with a dog and then put it down.
No, that was a different dog inside.
That was a different dog inside?
They had the same kind of dog, but it was not the dog they made.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Are you sure?
I think the dog they made just broke. Like, they killed it using it to get in.
I thought they fought it during the boss battle, and then when they got outside, they were like, oh, it's fine. And then it fell apart.
I think that was a separate one.
Okay, people are saying Bob's right. So they just killed a dog that was identical to the dog.
Yeah,
it's like you broke into a scene, right? You entered a house, and they also had a drug-smelling dog.
Yes, and you had to kill it.
You put it. You were like, okay, we're good. Not the one I came with. What?
So this.
Go ahead, Chris.
If you're making a game, I think it's important in the year 2024 or later. Don't have the majority of your game time be achieve 3 of the same goal.
It's okay though. They made a joke about it.
No, that is in fact you should be sent to a death camp if you do that.
Aggro, your ancestor says, I put these 3 things out there because in video games, things always come in 3s.
Yeah, and that's the entire game.
Yeah, they basically rewrite I don't know. They literally have to completely rewrite Horizon's plot because it's too weird and high concept for a game for 12-year-olds.
Oh, okay. Hang on, because I want to stew on this for a moment.
Sure.
Hanging a lantern on something that is seen as annoying or cliche in a passive medium is fine, because as soon as you do it, we're done. That has passed.
Yes.
Making an annoying section or mechanic in a video game that you know is annoying and going, haha, isn't that funny, is not the same thing, you stupid hacks. I then have to do the annoying thing, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah. It feels like timeout.
It does. And that was the entire story of the game. Just go around to different places, finding these silver flowers. That's it.
Yeah.
But before we played this, I was like, well, this is probably going to be like trying to do a weird combination of the first 2 Horizon games and having a grand adventure. And it's like, what if there was instead nothing?
Yeah. I think about 2 hours in, I was like, oh, this is just going to be one. They don't have like any sort of structure to have a really strong finish here at all.
No.
It's just going to end with the dance party, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Of course. It's rancid.
What a confused project. Like, it's just so strange. Like, its inherent contradiction to it is like ripping itself apart at the seams.
And it feels like they just didn't even have enough to work with here, because all the extra stuff in it is other Lego products. The reason I was able to turn everyone to cops is Lego City's in this. Lego Ninjago's in this.
Lego hot dog stand guy.
Yes, one of the main power-ups in this game is summoning a hot dog stand.
And then he throws hot dogs and they explode.
Yeah, like, what in the world is wrong with you? I don't... What?
I can't... Like, you described it to me accurately. I believe that, and I cannot imagine it.
Yeah.
This weird-ass Kingdom Hearts 3 attraction-ass.
And the other reason I was saying this is used to be roguelike. Every level, like, you do 2 combat rooms, then you go into a room where a guy has 3 power-ups, and then you move on after that. And it feels like they just took away a currency because you can just pick up all 3 power-ups.
Yeah.
Like, there's no...
Yeah, that's the weirdest part, that there are 3 chests, and then you can pick up all 3. And they never explained the chest guy, But they do have the narrator go, I invented the chess guy. I was going to come up with a backstory, but I didn't. I still think it kind of works, though.
Yeah. It's so baffling. If this was like, I have to assume at some point this was like a $20, $30 project that wasn't going to have even a story. It was just a weird Lego roguelike spinoff with Horizons theming. That would make more sense than what we got.
Yeah, also the narrator is Karst, right? After he dies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so imagine Karst, and I think it is the original voice actor for the whole game, just cracking jokes nonstop. It's a lot to deal with. Aloy is, Aloy's original voice actor, who also played Tiny Tina. So if you imagine original Aloy's here and Tiny Tina's here, a little bit towards the Tiny Tina rather than near the Aloy. That's how this comes off.
Yeah, and every one of them has just that weird
Is it Rust?
tone.
Is it Rust?
Okay, I was wondering why Karst was the narrator.
See, Horizon names are hard to remember because there's Rust, Karst, Erend, one more that is in that ilk of similar sounding. Anyways, yeah, it's Rust. It's not Karst.
Yeah, it's just those one-syllable names.
With as many consonants as they could stick in, but still be one syllable. Anyway. Now, Dan, don't forget Aloy's favorite pickle sandwich. They didn't even deliver on that bit, it feels like. They just occasionally went, her thing's this sandwich.
Yeah, she likes pickle sandwiches.
Aaron's thing is donuts. They're going to do the thing you do with that, which is a lot of the writing in this. A lot of the writing is stuff you would write into movies for kids everywhere, where it's just the unbelievably most tired version of
like literally every bit of writing was like, this could be about anything. Literally anything you could write this for.
So anyways, I bet the writing staff really is like just some motherfucking people they brought in from other Lego projects or
I like having
certainly.
I went and played Lego Star Wars after this, not remotely similar.
Yeah, here's the thing though. That is a Lego game. And everything else is Lego movies.
Projects.
Yes.
In like
not
TV
just Lego games, the broader pantheon.
Okay, I could see that.
For all we know, that
Let me check the writing credits of this game right this second live.
What is it like? There's the Sun Wukong thing that they did that was Lego, where they got Sean Schemmel to be Sun Wukong.
Yeah.
There's Ninjago,
of course.
There's the movies, which
this
are
has
huge.
So much Ninjago in it. Maybe it's just straight them.
Maybe it is. I don't know.
Bad news. Every single writer worked on Horizon, real Horizon.
No fucking way.
So this was just them dropping their cringe limiters and writing some shit that's like Borderlands.
Bullshit. I don't buy that for a second. There's definitely some other element here.
I could believe it, but that's insane. That would just mean, oh yeah, we just have the slop in us. We can just make this slop.
I don't see why that's surprising at all. Like, I 100% believe they have that in them.
Yeah, because Horizon's already borderline. So them just taking off all limits and being like, yeah, no, we'll just write kids show.
Writing the Forbidden West DLC and Lego Horizon. That's their only 2 credits. Next writer, Forbidden Burning Shores and Lego Horizon. I'm seeing a pattern here.
Wait, so they just not even writers for the regular Horizon. Their Horizon.
Third one, only Lego Horizon, only credit.
And all these people are at Gorilla?
Yeah. And then Horizon, Forbidden West, Call of the Mountain, Burning Shores, and Lego Horizon. Man. I even went and checked the cinematic and dialogue credit, and those are all guys that also worked on Normal Horizon, or people who also worked on Normal Horizon. So sorry, this is just cringe.
Oh, that's rough. I guess Herman Hulst needs to be stopped. That's all I can say.
This is his fault.
This is so bad. I don't know how it came to this.
Well then. Bob.
Do you think it was their idea for the foot in the cop outfits?
Yeah, they were like, you know what this game needs?
More cop out.
Yes.
Fits.
Fits.
Man.
Uh-huh.
Putting the Molotov outfits really did make everything funnier. Every single thing.
I just genuinely thought these would be people who were professionally bad at knocking off a Phil Lord or whatever, like the Lego sort of humor.
Right.
Like I figured they would have been TV show writers and other. It is unreal that it's just these are recent hires at Guerrilla who have at most worked on normal Forbidden West, possibly only the DLC ever, who just wrote this.
That doesn't shock me because all the bad Saints Rows and Agents of Mayhem have the exact same writers as the good Saints Rows.
Yeah, but this so clearly comes off as a product of someone whose job would be to be like a staff writer on TV shows.
It does.
Like every joke in it is, here's a textbook of jokes I carry with me.
Right. The sandwiches, sure. Pickle sandwiches.
Every character has to have a bit.
It is that aggravating level of stock where it's just like it is identical to every quote unquote funny thing you've seen on the internet in your entire fucking life. These characters are like one snort of crack away from being in Charlie the Unicorn.
That would be an upgrade from this.
It would.
It would.
Maybe they should have done some crack.
Agros, Silence, his whole thing is he's a DJ. That's it.
Why did you tell
That's
him?
it.
Why did you tell him? You could have spared him that.
Also, his new voice actor is terrible.
Oh yeah,
that's embarrassing. Like it's really obvious. They're just like, just get whoever. We're not making the next one for 5 more years because we have to make a weird multiplayer thing. So we can just kick recasting him down the road.
Yeah, it is impressive how much it does not at all emanate even the slightest bit of energy of Silence.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Bob,
Hey,
I am done talking about this game. You feel free to go. I'm just going to sit here.
they've let you fully remake the town, like the main town of Horizon, the first one you're in. They let you fully remake it with police Lego City stuff, and I don't know why. It seems like it's just there to say that you had something that was like a Lego set where you can mix and match stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know why there's so much leaning on other stuff. It feels like they were completely incompetent in this project. Like there wasn't enough Horizon yet to make something that is just Horizon.
Insane.
It's
also,
baffling.
this has a bigger marketing push from what I've seen than the PS5 Pro.
Yes.
And possibly Silent Hill 2 Remake.
Probably.
Which feels insane. And certain people out there are blaming me for them seeing ads on Twitch. No, everybody's seeing ads for this on Twitch, it feels like. It's fucking nuts.
Man.
Guys, why would they show it to... Oh, and Astrobot.
Oh. What is wrong with them?
Well,
Herman Hulse needs to be stopped.
Lego's
That's all
popular
I know.
and Horizon sold shitloads of millions of copies. So obviously it's way safer to spend way too much money marketing this than it is Astrobot.
Uh-huh.
A game remotely worth the $60 price.
Yeah, man. This thing feels so low budget. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Anyway. I say we move on.
Yeah, we can move on.
We got mailbag questions this week and so much news, I promise. Hey, Agra.
Yes.
I'm not letting Bob talk about whatever else he played.
Fair.
Okay, what you been playing?
I have been. You ever have one of those nightmares where you're running down a hallway and the end of the hallway keeps getting farther and farther away?
Mm-hmm. Why would that?
I've tried so hard and I've gotten so far.
Yeah.
But in the end,
Yeah?
I still haven't beaten Metaphor ReFantazio.
Yeah.
Maybe you were never meant to. Have you considered that maybe just it's not for the ending's not for you, and only the true chosen ones are allowed to beat the game?
After a couple of the optional bosses I fought, that might be true.
Yeah, when I was wrapping that up, I was like, "There's no way Aggro's making this in any sort of timely manner."
I was like, "Oh, this has got to be the last section." No, it's not. Here's a whole nother stretch of time, and then the real final section. We promise.
You promise?
For real this time?
Yeah, they hold up the football. We promise.
Oh man, like that game's combat is still real fun, even when the bosses become unkind in their design.
Yes.
I went to fight this one boss, died, turn 2, and went, no, left the dungeon. Came back like 10 levels later, like, oh, okay. I think I was supposed to have all of these abilities before they gave me this quest.
I still think it was really funny, but I had to go. One of the bosses killed me round 1 every time. I had to go look up why.
Was it like you just didn't survive, or was it like, no, you are clearly coming into this incorrect and they are punishing you?
It's that, yeah.
Okay, so it's like the fucking bonus boss in Persona 3 where it's like, you're immune to something, die.
Yes, it's that exactly.
Ah.
You're immune to fire, you should die right now.
But they keep Oh, that's real mean-spirited in context.
Yes.
Yeah, in Persona 3, the bonus boss's whole thing was like, you can be resistant to things, but if you come in immune to something, I'm straight up killing you.
That's unbelievably funny.
It is unhinged.
God, the only way I've survived one of these bosses is building a character to have a high chance of repelling an attack and automatically knocking out the 8 or 9 turn icons they have.
Yes. Yeah, I had to stack that, and someone gets an ability where if they dodge an attack, it destroys all their turns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, like I was going to say, I had it in my mind, this little paragraph about how, the combat in this game is really fun. The weird thing is sometimes the regular enemies seem harder to get through than the bosses. And then I got to the back part of the game.
They're like, no.
Oh, I can't wait to talk about this game's implications and certain political stances that it may have. Maybe on purpose, maybe just because of the tropes of writing. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to finishing that game probably tomorrow, so I can do literally anything else.
Ooh, friends of the podcast, Windows sound.
Windows sound. I tried to save an image in a different format. It was relevant to the podcast, and Photoshop froze. Oh, wait. We're so back. I was worried it was going to crash.
It's great how no amount of resources can make Windows run any better.
No, I'm totally going to be fine on the new PC.
Yeah.
Everything
120
will be great.
gigs of RAM.
No,
the world's
sadly,
most
I had to
powerful.
go. Oh, thank you for opening this can of worms. I wanted to go 128. I've been doing 32 this whole time. I have many professionals who are friends with me who are fucking mind blown that I've only been doing 32 gigs of RAM. What are we?
It looks like Windows.
I literally can't move any window. That's what's happening here.
Oh my God.
Windows itself is preventing me. Anyway, so I thought new PC, I'm going to get 128 gigs of RAM because this feels like this is it and we're good. Don't touch it. Leave it alone. I find out, which I have to be told by people who know, it's not this obvious. You have to read the tiny script at the bottom of a fucking motherboard. If you occupy all 4 slots, it will downclock your RAM on new motherboards.
What?
Yeah.
What? What's the
It
fucking point of
notionally-
having 4 slots?
It notionally supports that speed on all 4 slots, but if you occupy all 4 slots, it downclocks it. God. So I have 64 gigs of RAM. That's fine. It's clocked to the exact frequency of the I/O shit on the 9800X 3D. So its performance is really great, and getting any faster RAM only barely gives you any performance back. Like, imagine paying so much more and getting 1%. Yeah. So, we good, Photoshop? I think we're good. We're good. Photoshop's fine. So anyways, Nightmare! Stupid PC shit. Anyways, I don't know what we were talking about before Chris said the sentence that unfurled that box of horrors.
Uh-huh.
I had finished up Metaphor.
Okay. Did you play anything
talking
else?
about Metaphor.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole topic was the fact you didn't finish Metaphor.
But no, I have played nothing else in the face of Metaphor.
Hey, Bob, did you play things other than...
I did. I had a chance to play a little bit of stuff.
Okay.
I played Lego Star Wars Complete Saga.
Oh, so that way you have a frame of reference.
Yeah, so I know what a regular Lego game's like. Turns out a regular Lego game has like levels you go through. They like remake something from the movie, and you get to explore it in a 3-dimensional space.
Wow.
And play as a bunch of different characters.
I remember exactly 2 things from Horizon Story that could be described as a level, other than the cauldrons, which I don't consider levels even.
Okay.
I remember the snow area where you fight the big robot at the end in the arena.
Yeah, that technically was DLC, wasn't it?
I guess so,
no,
'cause
you
I-
do one in the main story.
That's what the DLC is. It's off in that region. So I don't know how much
but there's
of that
also
is
there's another
original
snowy
versus-
area. There's another snowy area that's in the main story where you fight like the big robot that's shaped like that has like the square shoulders full of missiles.
I believe
old
you that
world robot.
happened, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I remember that. It's just I don't know what the
And then
delineation
going
was.
through the caves of the cult. Those are the only 2 things I remember.
Only thing I really remember is the skyscraper, because that's where they're like, what if we revealed all the story stuff here and then had nothing left to reveal for the entire game?
It's okay. How many hours could possibly be left after that? Anyway, I remember the skyscraper because 1, they do reveal all the plot stuff, but 2, it's a really nice vista.
Yeah, it is. You get to the top of the tower, you look all around, it looks really nice.
It looks real nice. The funny thing is, this description of Lego Star Wars Complete Saga really just sounds like Funko Fusion, but like constructed right.
It is like Funko Fusion, but constructed right. Like, that's exactly what it's like. Of like, oh yeah, this is... Things like connect together properly. I don't just break the game by walking.
And for the people just joining us live or with really bad attention spans, this is the exact game that John Burton, creative director of Funko Fusion, co-founder of Traveler's Tales, left in the middle of and was accused of making a toxic work environment during.
It even has, like, the cutscenes are very close to what Funko Fusion does. Of just, it plays Star Wars cutscenes straight and has goofy things happening in the background. And that's basically what Funko Fusion did, but
except for like I haven't seen this because you went off and played it on your own. Do they talk?
They do talk.
They don't talk in Funko Fusion.
No, they don't. Which is something like older Lego games.
Yeah.
Before they could avoid voice acting, because how do you not afford voice?
In the year 2024,
For your $60 game.
$60
with
game.
$100 or with $1 million IPs all over it.
You know how we just said the Funko Fusion game is like really dependent on... Actually, I don't even know if we talked about how it was clearly even balanced for multiplayer. Like how like...
Oh yeah, just do waves of enemies and take them hundreds of hits.
The multiplayer is in beta on PC. And the notes that my friend told me about for what the beta for multiplayer looks like on PC for Funko Fusion is insane. Where it's like, beating these levels in co-op doesn't progress anyone's file. No one. It's gone. It's just, you get to do it, and then it's gone. What? It doesn't save it.
Oh.
There are all sorts of problems where it doesn't communicate things across accounts. It's just, imagine the most bootleg experience. So, like, worse than East 10.
That's crazy.
For co-op, yeah. So that feels like a game designed to be played by a person and not exclusively via online multiplayer, which may or may not exist.
You can actually eat, like, all the characters in that section of the game are moving around at once. So you can just hit L1 and R1 and switch between all of them. So
Oh, there isn't find the box in the
No.
environment, hit triangle, wait for it to load, use this buggy menu, and then get stuck in the ceiling?
There isn't.
Weird. Strange. What sort of game is
Wild.
this? Is this like an isometric hack and slash, kind of like Horizon, or is it third-person shooter
It
sort of stuff?
actually has third-person shooter mechanics and melee mechanics. So it's a lot like Funko Fusion, but it works.
I can't imagine the absolute joy anyone who worked on this Lego Star Wars game got when they saw Funko Fusion came out.
Right? It's like, oh, look at what this idiot did.
We told him he was a fucking talentless asshole, but
He
Then he
just
had to go-
printed that on a disc and sent it out. I didn't think he'd do it.
that's crazy. Reminder, we played Funko Fusion 2 months after launch.
Yeah, this is like its idealized state.
But I think that would be very funny. I think that'd be very funny if I worked at that studio and he had verbally harassed me or whatever
Uh-huh.
that he is accused of. I think that would be hilarious.
But yeah, it feels like the writing's much more inspired by stuff like Airplane and just absurdist humor happening in the background of shots, stuff like that. Not weird, whatever they wrote for Lego Horizon, where it's like we've transformed every character into a meme lord. Amaze bricks is going to be your catchphrase.
Oh, yeah. We forgot to mention that Aloy says amaze bricks.
That was when I started to get on board with Dan saying Lego Aloy should be in most loathsome bitch.
I mean, she was both a cop at that point and saying amaze bricks. I think she might take it. I don't know. Complicated. Windows 11 might be most loathsome bitch. We'll see.
But that's all I had to say about Lego Star Wars. I only played like a few levels of A New Hope and in the first level of
The Force Awakens?
Yeah, The Force Awakens.
Okay.
Because you can't jump around, like you have to start at the beginning of the trilogy.
Right, yeah.
So
Yeah.
I couldn't just be like, I couldn't jump right into The Last Jedi, which is what I wanted to do. Because that's the funniest thing to like try and make that funny.
Not what was it? Rise of Skywalker? You're not gonna okay.
Like that's already a comedy movie. That's
is.
already just a
it's true.
parody of itself.
They fly now.
They fly now.
They fly now. I'm always surprised when people outside of us remember They Fly Now.
That was part of the marketing cycle, so I'm
They
not.
released a clip, and then that clip had that line, and it's supposed to be the funny gag. But
Yeah.
I don't expect people to hold on to that shit as much as we do. Because when I have to tweet at John Linneman, most of the things I yell at during the Game Awards is gamer laptops asking for your cum. I don't actually expect him to remember that.
Did he?
Yeah, they fly
don't-
now stuck in a lot. Like even Civi referenced that in just some random video.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Civi did. And I was like, I did the fucking Jeremiah Johnson nod. There's a slow zoom and everything.
God, my life is just worse for having seen Jeremiah Johnson.
What?
Thanks,
What?
Aggro.
What? And not the boat movie?
That was delightful. I'm sorry. I'm on Aggro's side for the boat movie.
Jeremiah Johnson has.
This is a broad coalition.
But this
I
is
endorse politics is the language of addition, not subtraction. I endorse Aggro bringing as many as boring historical movies as he wants to bless plot.
But Jeremiah Johnson's great because you get these beautiful landscape shots of nature.
Also, I finally learned who Hatchet Jack was.
Yeah, you piece of shit. You fucking asshole, Aggro. How dare you?
I still don't know why he was calling Ano that.
Yeah, I don't know
Now
why he yelled that.
Now, I can't guarantee that the fact that I'm agreeing with Aggro has nothing to do with the fact that I drank half this can of strawberry daiquiri somebody handed me moments before we started this podcast.
I'm going to say it's 100% that, but we'll see. Bob.
I also finished up Ease 10.
Whoa!
That involved me. I thought it was really
Yeah.
close to the end. So I was like, I'm just going to keep playing this until it's done.
And then they unlocked 45 optional things you could do.
It wasn't even that. It was just like, it is now noon. I started at like 4 p.m. yesterday. Like, oh my God. And I had to go pass out for 4 hours and then come back and finish it.
If you want to know what Game of the Year grind looks like, that's it. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, Falcom sure has the problem where it's like, yeah, our endings are twice as long as they need to be.
Yeah. I enjoyed the ending there. I think that there's some good stuff in that. But
yeah, I think the final boss really elevates it a lot. I think that was the coolest thing they could have done for the final boss.
it really was. I don't want to talk about too much, but
Yeah, I won't talk about it. But when Karja announced the conceit of the final boss, I was like, oh, this is Kino. I'm sorry. This is great.
By the way, as Spiff saying in chat, that is basically how we beat it too, Bob, where we stayed up way too fucking late.
yeah.
And we're just like, okay, we beat it. Let's go get donuts.
Yeah.
They've been open for hours.
Right. I in the middle of it, like, I felt like I was getting near the end. It was 6 a.m. I went to get donuts. And of course, that wasn't anywhere near the end. But at least I had a donut after checking Krispy Kreme, which was like, we don't have hot donuts. And then I tried to order something like, you probably don't want that. And I was like, oh no, these are from last night or something. I should leave.
That's insane.
So I went to the other donut place, Parlor Donuts.
Yeah.
Which do like cronuts.
Yeah, they do cronuts.
That did not satisfy my urge for a Krispy Kreme fresh donut.
Fresh glazed Krispy Kreme. Yeah, no, those are two very different things.
But it was still pretty good. And it got me through the next 6 hours of doing random side quests.
Related on the donut tangent, I went to Target and I was buying important, relevant things. And then on the way out, I noticed a 6-pack of Krispy Kreme donuts, and they were Thanksgiving themed. And I was like, okay, cool, great. I'll pick these up. You know, maybe once, twice a year, I'll pick up donuts, like in that factor.
Oh, with like a store
in that form factor. Yeah, since moving where I am, the donut place is too close, so now I eat way more donuts. But that's not the point. The point is talking about buying a box of donuts from somewhere. So anyway, I get it home. Aggro, I want you to list what you think are some flavors that would come in a Krispy Kreme Thanksgiving 6-pack variety. Just a couple shooting from the hip.
Like, there's got to be some cranberry in there.
Okay.
Do you say it was Thanksgiving themed?
Yeah, Thanksgiving thing. Chris, by the way, you're next.
Turkey gravy?
Okay.
Probably some kind of awful sweet stuffing?
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah.
Old pumpkin.
Okay, and now Chris, are there? Pumpkin? Yeah, old pumpkin. It's like old bird.
Okay, so this is a pack of 6 Krispy Kreme donuts that have different Thanksgiving flavors.
It's variety pack 6-pack of Thanksgiving Krispy Kreme donuts.
Okay, cranberry is definitely in there.
Okay, yeah.
Pumpkin pie.
Yeah. Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Sweet potato, like the yam.
Yeah, that would make a ton of sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's probably a turkey one, like a gravy or turkey one, because they're evil.
Because that would be fun, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. What's I feel like they wouldn't go. They're not going to go full Jones soda-y.
Right, it's Krispy Kreme. They can't be too crazy.
Krispy Kreme. They can't be.
Yeah,
too
they can't be
inventive
too
and
crazy.
They can't be like green bean casserole.
Some kind of apple pie that they're acting like is dedicated to Thanksgiving, even though it's kind of a generic flavor.
Mm-hmm.
And like butter roll.
That would be awesome. Okay, I'm happy to announce what actually came with my 6-pack variety pack Thanksgiving Krispy Kreme box. 4 glazed donuts.
Okay, that's not variety.
And they hid it behind the giant label so I couldn't see the entire bottom row is just glazed donuts. An apple donut. And chocolate. And the nutrition label on the back lied about there being a different flavor.
Wow.
I got fucked. That thing cost $11.
Oh, yeah. You're no offense, but if you pay more than $1 for a donut, you're a rube.
If the label was so big on it, I didn't see the entire bottom row. How was I supposed to know? It's all glazed.
Yeah,
it's just fucking glazed donut. I didn't even get all the flavors that were on the fucking nutrition label. That is a scam.
Yeah.
Anyway, so then tell me, you're in my situation. you're still gonna eat the apple donut. Are you really gonna bring the pack back to Target and be like, this didn't come with the right donuts? Because you know those motherfuckers would look you in the eye and be like, your ass ate those donuts.
I'm gonna be real. I wouldn't buy donuts in any context.
This wasn't. I
wasn't
described
fresh.
the context, bro. This was not a premeditated, salient, smart choice.
I know, but my bad decisions do not include donuts from a place that do not bake donuts.
Mine
Unless
do
they're powdered
1 to
donuts,
2
and then
times a
sometimes.
year. That's it. 1 to 2 times a year. I make that.
You know what?
mistake.
In the past year, I bought a box of apple fritters from a place that didn't sell fresh donuts, and that turned out okay.
Okay, that's good.
Huh.
That's good. Because that could have been horrible.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was my mistake, I suppose.
It really was.
How was I supposed to know the Italian Romano road was fucking glazed? Also, chocolate. That's the
Happy
third
Thanksgiving.
The third missing flavor was supposed to be like blueberry. I'm like, you guys aren't even trying.
That's not even remotely Thanksgiving. I don't know what.
Yeah. Anyway, did you have anything else you want to say about East End?
No.
Okay. We'll talk about that elsewhere.
Right.
Did you play anything else?
The other thing I planned to play was Stellar Blade because they had that Nier Automata update. It turns out I put in the disc. It shows the screen where I can boot the game. And on the side of that screen, it's like $10 for Nier Automata DLC. And I'm like, oh, you want me to pay for this? No, thank you.
Yeah,
I don't know why you thought I would pay for this.
Yeah, if you didn't notice our tone in covering this news last week.
Yeah, that's genuinely perplexing. Like you didn't make enough to justify a $10.
Yeah, like it's just some costumes. It's not a new level. There's no new content to play. There's no good way to play the content that's currently in your game. Like, what are you doing?
I don't know. I have no idea how they ended up here.
Yeah, crazy. So I didn't play that.
Oh well.
And I just had the thought of, man, if this were something like a regular action game, I would have considered it.
Yeah,
but I'm not replaying your
open world bloated
action
action game
mess.
Yeah,
was a new costume. That doesn't make any sense.
No, you have to be really deeply Stellar Blade pilled to buy a costume to play it again. And I feel like most of those people would have platinumed it by now.
And you have to buy the costume to then get to the open world area to even buy the costume in game to wear it. So you can't even wear it from the beginning of the game.
Okay, that's dire.
Yeah, like I'd have to play it for another few hours before I even got to see her wear the costume. You made the game wrong at that point. It's just completely false. Incorrect. Go back to the drawing board. I'm sorry.
Well, did you actually play anything else?
I did not.
Okay. Hey, Chris, what have you been playing?
I finished the main campaign of World of Warcraft: The War Within. World of Warcraft is extremely funny because nothing actually happens in the campaign.
What? No.
Like, okay, like the campaign that launches with an expansion, nothing fucking happens in that.
That doesn't make any sense.
Like, it sets up for the actual things to happen in the patches, but nothing actually happens in that.
How? Shouldn't the patches be like, oh, here's some extra stuff, like the epilogue?
No, I'm sorry, nothing happens. You don't get resolution until the raids come out.
Oh my god. Oh, well, I know where Destiny gets it now.
I play. That was also sort of how Final Fantasy XIV worked until Endwalker, where it was like the A plot of the expansion ends in the expansion, but the B plot doesn't end until the third patch of the expansion. But at least that's A plot and B plot instead of fucking nothing. Somebody in chat is confused that what they tie story to raids. Yes, in World of Warcraft, the raids are all very essential conclusions to the story. Unlike Final Fantasy XIV, where that stuff is all optional. But yes, you needed, if you wanted to fight the Lich King in Wrath of the Lich King, your ass needed 25 people.
Oh my god. Yeah. No, that was how it was at the time, man. It was
No, it was fine. There was a fountain in the middle of Dalaran you could go click and then watch the cutscene.
I respect it for being the weird thing that it was, and I think that's fine.
Like WoW is Diablo, so I guess it's fine to funnel people into your loot treadmill because it's just Diablo.
You say that, but is a complete Diablo nut at the time, like Diablo 2 sicko. WoW never did anything for me. Like, it did not hit the same buttons. I don't know what they did differently that made it not, but it didn't hit a single one.
So I kept
also,
playing.
Diablo has a story that ends.
Yeah, World of Warcraft barely has a story. Like it's really like grinding up against the limits of what they want to do because unlike Final Fantasy XIV, where you are the main character, you're the warrior of light.
Mm-hmm.
You're the important one. You're in all these cutscenes and get to make like dialogue options, and then you do this weird Austin Powers like pose, but only if you're playing as a cat.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, look, there's this pose that Miqote, that's the cat race in Final Fantasy XIV, that only they do, where they like hold their hands up limp wristed to like their chest and lean back in shock. That just looks like something Austin Powers does. Let me see if I can find a fucking screenshot.
Here's my theory on why WoW wouldn't hit the same buttons as Diablo.
Uh-huh.
You have to walk really far in between shit.
That's true.
You don't really have to do that in Diablo.
No, you just click on. Yeah, you just click on the next thing.
It's a much more condensed landscape.
Okay, I found it. This is apparently only cat boys. I don't think cat girls do this, but I'm dropping this in the Big Think channel. You do this emote constantly in the cutscenes, the story cutscenes, if you're a cat boy.
What?
Like where you lean back in shock and do that pose.
Cringe.
And I do you agree that my description of it as Austin Powers-esque is accurate? Because I feel like it is.
I could see him doing it if it was a little bit more finger pointy.
I feel like it was only one hand. It would really be Austin Power easy, but something about being both doesn't.
Yeah, chat points out it's pretty Jack Sparrow coded.
Oh God, it is.
It really just depends on how much lace you have around the cuff.
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking this whole time. I'm like, I wonder if they have outfits with a lot of lace around the cuff, because that would definitely make it very Austin.
It would.
I'm gonna play it a little bit more to get some experience with all the max level things. Mostly it sure is WoW.
Wow.
That you bringing up the player choice option to say stuff remind me of Ys 10 and how going straight from metaphor to that was really funny because the whole thing is metaphor. You have options, but it's like you're basically trying to appease whoever you're talking to, like trying to say something they would agree with,
or
like make them like you more. In Ys 10, there is never that option. It's always
it doesn't matter.
2 levels of Adol is a weirdo.
Adol has a brain disease, yeah.
Adol comes off as a total cryptid to Karjabalta.
Yes.
Yeah, in Final Fantasy XIV, it does this thing where it's like normal option, insane person. I also decided that I'd start Dragon Quest III Remake.
Oh.
So I started Dragon Quest III Remake. So here's some advice for Dragon Quest III Remake. Every single thing that could potentially contain an item does. And you fucking need them. So barrels, pots, dresser drawers, that shit has items in it and you need them. Your ass needs them. This is a fucking Famicom game, so it has that element of like, you went too far in this direction, die.
Good.
Yeah, good. I want to know what the line is down to the individual tile. I want them to go, oh, you're fucked, bro.
It really does have those retro RPG hands of like, do you want to get a decent amount of experience or do you want to live free from fear? Because those are your options.
Mm-hmm.
This is also the first game in a long time where, and for the record, I'm playing on fucking normal.
Okay.
This is the first game in a long time where I've run from battles, not because I didn't want to fight them, but it's like, your enemy layout is too annoying. Goodbye.
Huh, okay. Yeah.
Because Dragon Quest does that thing where enemies can be in groups, and then some things hit every enemy in a group, and then much fewer things hit every enemy. So they might do a thing where it's like, yeah, we're stacked in a way that like the biggest group, there's 6 enemies, but you get one group of 2 and everybody else is solo because we're stacked in a weird pattern. I'm like, I'm not dealing with that. Goodbye. I'll just run. They did seem to fix it where if you can't run, instead of every enemy getting to beat your ass, only one gets to take a shot, which helped. If you don't know about Dragon Quest 3, I didn't know this either. It gives you a personality test at the beginning.
Yep.
Has you answer a bunch of questions and then do a little scenario. I somehow got the piece of shit personality, so it dressed me down for 8 fucking paragraphs after the end of this selection. It's like, you're a piece of shit. You only care about famous people liking you. You have no real friends. Kill yourself.
You finish the personality quiz and it just fades in the Int J meme. You're like, no!
It's so insane because the test I got was this guy manipulating you into stealing something, and you get it by going, wasn't my fault. He manipulated me. And it's like, you're a slippery devil. Kill yourself now.
This sounds great. This sounds like the biggest buff for this game you could give. This is good marketing.
This is some big brain shit. I now need to design a video game with a personality test that determines your luck stat if I wouldn't like you.
Yeah, this your personality in these games determines your fucking stat growths.
Oh shit.
Luckily, the one I got is still pretty good. Like, it has positive stat growths. Like, if like there's X many stats, and if every stat, if the total is like, if there's 6 stats, if your stat growth total is higher than 600%, it tells you like plus this amount of percent, minus this amount of percent. Luckily, I still ended up with a positive personality score. You also can change your personality via books or accessories.
I'm just losing it over the thought of a game with negative stat growth based on a personality quiz.
Negative in the sense of instead of 100%, it's like 70%.
I know, but my brain's just like, you peaked at level 1.
Here's the funniest thing about this. Here's the absolute. You know that joke about body type A, body type B? Well, you can't take the shirt off body type B because it's a woman.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It literally does that. It literally fucking does that. Because it's like, do you want to play as character A or character B? And then you pick one and it says, if you pick character A, you're the hero and use male pronouns. If you pick character B, you're the female character and use female pronouns. By the way, this affects stats, and then it kicks you into the game.
Cool.
It's so fucking goofy. It's like, why did you even bother? You literally pop up in text box immediately after being like, A is a man and B is a woman.
Yeah, why,
like instant.
What was
it's
the point?
Instant fucking second.
Is it just so you have the menu not say it? That seems crazy.
I
though.
don't know. It's just so fucking stupid. It's like, why'd you even fucking bother?
Yeah, that is at the tier where it's, why did you even fucking bother? The B is for bother.
It looks real nice. It looks better than any other HD2 game, game in my opinion.
I assume you're playing on a PS5, right?
Yes.
Okay. Which, I guess I should say this. I got a code for this. I was so busy with PC shenanigans and side project shit, I didn't get to play shit this week. I'm going insane. Romancing Saga 2 remakes right over there. It's fucking gorgeous and beautiful and a delightful fucking game. And then Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D, I was like, okay, I gotta free up this fucking day so that way I could just deep dive on that and other things happen. So it's okay though. You know why?
Why is that?
I know what's up with Nozomi from Bleach. So it's okay.
Yeah, that's great.
I'm very excited to talk about that down the road.
not very far in it yet.
Okay.
It's sure. I am doing the honorable thing because by default, it's like it straight up asks you, "Do you want us to tell you where to go?" And you can pick no, and I pick no. That's not true strength.
No, that's not true strength.
I need to wander around in confusion, killing things randomly until I find whatever the fuck I want to do.
Who made this one?
Art Dig.
Okay. Because I was like, it doesn't time out for Acquire to have been able to do it.
No.
Yeah, it is. I don't even think it's ArtDink. I think it's somebody else. I think it's like Team Asano, who made like Final Fantasy the Four Heroes
And
Warriors
Bravely
of Light.
Default? Because
Yes, they also made that.
Huh.
And also, I think like another studio helped lifting that made like Last Labyrinth and like mobile shit.
Weird.
Yeah, the developer
Yeah,
on Moby Games is listed as Art Dink, but according to Google, they list like 5 studios, of course. Of course.
Yeah, I'm starting to get annoyed at like every RPG should just be HT duty, and I'm like, hey, here's an idea. You already have a fixed camera angle on these gorgeous backgrounds. What if instead of the character being a sprite, it's a model?
Impossible. I can't figure it out. No. HD2D is selling. Keep making that.
Yeah.
I guess they probably will. It looks a lot closer to like like Star Ocean 2 remake than like Octopath or
Yeah, I noticed that.
or Live a Live.
Yeah.
It's also funny. It's like, oh, this is where Octopath got their bad dungeons from. Their dungeons are on the level of a Famicom game. That's probably not good.
They imported them directly from 1987 or whatever. Maybe we should think about that twice.
Is God intended?
Did the original version of Dragon Quest 3 make you enter a password, or is that just some Dragon Quest 1 shit? Because in Japan, they didn't have a save battery on Dragon Quest 1.
Oh.
And I assume by 2, they figured out to put a battery in it, but I don't actually know.
Because didn't the US release even have battery?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Okay. I should have to enter a password. This isn't true strength.
No. Just no.
I mean, DQ1 in America better have a fucking battery save because I think that came out in like 1992.
Yeah, Dragon
or
Quest 1
something
in America
insane.
did. Mm-hmm. Our version of Dragon Quest 1 is very different from the original. For example, sprites can face in 4 directions. What? Yeah. You just don't realize how bad it is until you hear that sentence.
Yeah, because I playing Dragon Warrior as a kid was like, man, this seems weirdly jank.
Mm-hmm.
I have to open the menu to door.
Yeah. Yeah, I came over here from Final Fantasy 1. Why is this so rancid?
Right?
Fucking bizarre. I always like the aesthetic.
Yeah, the menus are still a little bad. Like you have to go through multiple layers of menu to see how much experience somebody needs to level up. Also the heal everybody button is in the menu in a second layer of the menu. Like, guys, you need to let me hit like R1 and do that.
Yeah, Metaphor's got that feature.
Which, for the record, does not do anything already. They do? I've hit every button. Chat is saying they do, but I hit every button and it never popped up. You hold triangle in the menu. That's not what I'm fucking talking about.
Yeah, this is why you gotta pass chat through a filter and wait for more than one person to corroborate.
That does make it easier than going into the second layer of menu and doing it, but they should just let me hit R1 or something, which is not used because it's a fucking Famicom game.
Spiff is saying he's glad he didn't get into Dragon Quest until 8. The Dragon Quest 7 fans are on their way to your location right now.
There's
I
two
keep,
of
intending
them.
I keep intending to play that just because I need to know what a 170-hour-long game looks like.
Good, yes. So
On the
you're playing the
PS1.
PS1 version. Good.
Why
'Cause
would I not?
do
What would
not.
the
I don't condone anyone being like, Dragon Quest VII is great. Play the revisionism version. Bullshit.
I mean,
no.
like, what's
that
the point of playing the revision version so I can have weird, bad-looking 3DS 3D instead of the PS1 sprite art?
I don't. Like, bro, the point is to see what happened to Dragon Quest. It is not to be like, look, we can all lie about what it was now.
Oh man, I need to go check this out. This is important to the massive lore of Dragon Quest itself. I need to know how this story went. It's like, I don't think anybody cares about that.
Because here's the thing, for anyone who's just completely in the dark about this, the reason this is interesting, Dragon Quest 1 through 4, NES, Dragon Quest 5 and 6, Super Nintendo, 8 years or something insane, a really long time. You get one Dragon Quest on the PS1, and then they're like, okay, next one's made by Level 5. And that's how you get Dragon Quest 8. Dragon Quest 8, incredible game, by the way. I really wish there was a definitive fucking version of that game.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, Dragon Quest 7 is allegedly like a full game length before you get to do a battle.
Yeah, like people in chat are saying right now it's like 10 hours.
That's fascinating in a way that Dragon Quest 7 on 3DS, which massively truncates that down into basically nothing, isn't.
Yeah, I do. I want to know what Yuji Horii was cooking. If it was anything, or in fact nothing. It might have just been water.
Part of me is like, I think I might rather play Beyond the Beyond.
Probably.
It's got some Camelot charm to it. And I don't have to wait 10 hours to do the game. I might be stuck grinding for 10 hours. Thank you, US version. Bastards. Yeah. Anyways, Chris, did you have anything else you want to say about Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D?
No, not really. Although I'm continuing GigaBoots podcast tradition right this second by grinding it as the podcast happens.
I mean, you got to get that grinding in somewhere.
This is a game where you get to select like your full party at the start, right?
They give you can, but they just give you a warrior, a cleric, and a mage out the gate.
Okay.
But yes, everybody but the hero is some like randomly generated character.
Gotcha. Can you change their classes later?
I think you can promote them to different classes, but if you want like a totally different class, you have to like grab them and start them from level 1, I think.
Okay. I was just trying to like. The only Dragon Quest I played with a massive party system is 9.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to kind of relate to that.
If only Dragon Quest Day had prepared you. We could have played through 2 and 3 by now.
Right?
But everything was crazy all the time.
It's almost like Wednesday's always busy, and that was a terrible day to ever plan something. And that leads directly into us having an insane work week because we do a ton of work on Thursday and Friday always.
And Saturday, because we have to prep the podcast for Monday. So what you're saying is we should do Dragon Quest Day?
What does that even be?
It would be, or Quan Day, because Monday.
Oh.
Yeah. Or Dragon Q's Day.
Yeah.
Because if you read it, it's Quest. It's, you know, Q-U,
Quest.
But it's read like Q, like a Q.
Mm-hmm.
Q's Day. Maybe that works.
Maybe.
Please look forward to hypothetical Dragon Q's Day.
Q's Day.
I played more web fishing. I almost have every fish. I'm missing one. That game is an RNG nightmare. It's still a really casual, fun time to play while hanging out with friends. For frame of reference, I have 29 hours into that game. Virtually 30.
Jesus.
I'm done with it, though, basically. Except for when I want to just not do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, let's talk about what we got coming up. I'm shocked, Bob. I had to bite my tongue. One person in our entire fan base figured out what tomorrow was. I hope you're all excited for the flop swap of the century. A Kimbot, the Ratchet & Clank inspired PS5 game, versus Rough Trigger, the Ratchet & Clank inspired PS2 game.
God.
I can't believe someone actually fucking remembered.
Yeah, no, I saw that down hop up in chat the other day. I was like, man, that guy knew it immediately.
I know! You all get to choose which of these incredible Ratchet & Clank inspired games you get to see. I'm very excited. Let me tell you, they could not be more different. They're both clearly Ratchet & Clank, but they wandered off in a different direction with both.
Right. Jesus. Look at that cover for Rough Trigger. That looks so bad.
And yet the game looks bad in a different way.
It does.
That's the best part. For some reason in Rough Trigger, you learn a lot of kung fu moves out of the gate, like hitting with both fists at the same time and doing a cool slam attack and a weird spinning attack. And then in Kimbot, it also doesn't give you your gun for like 10 minutes. And I went, what is happening? What is this game? This is, I'm very excited for this. It's not often you get to see two obviously inspired by important popular games together.
Like, what is this, 20 years apart?
Yes.
God.
Kimbot came out like 2 months ago, everyone. It's very recent. This is a cutting-edge game we're covering, and we're going to be covering it professionally on the PS5 Pro, baby. Also very excited to have the highest quality footage of Rough Trigger, the Vanacore Conspiracy, anywhere on the internet.
Yeah. Won't be hard.
Dan is now inventing games for streams.
Right? Like, I'm looking at this cover. I see the PlayStation 2 logo on the top of it, and I still think it's a Newgrounds game.
Yeah. You know it was a late PS2 game because it's rated E10 plus. That rating didn't exist for most of the PS2.
Oh, you're right. Let me see when exactly it was, because I think 2004 was hitting the nail on the head. But Rough Trigger. The one question is, will chat, in fact, it's 2006.
Yeah, that was like, I don't think that's the E10 Plus was made until the Wii.
Chat, here's something great about this game. You would never look at it and think that's 2006 PS2. You would never, ever think that.
This came out after God of War 2. Are you sure?
You would never.
This came out after Kingdom
Well,
Hearts
God
2.
of War 1, because God of War 2 is 2007.
Oh, God.
Because God of War 1's 2005.
Oh, my God. All right, yeah.
There's literally no way you would assess that. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. The question is whether or not chat will, as Spiff said, find the game amazebarks. Chris, what do you have coming up?
I'm streaming Killer 7 on Saturday and Sunday.
Nice.
It's a fucking
I should
video
commit
game.
to this now. Not next Saturday, not the Saturday after Thanksgiving, the Saturday after that.
Mm-hmm.
Yick.
Oh.
Because that update's coming out. It's coming out on the 2nd of December.
I know.
The update that allegedly changes every single cutscene and all the dialogue in the level up system and also the combat system.
I'm glad you're doing it, so that way people will stop haranguing us to do it. And I'm like, what did you not? Every part of that stream, we told you we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
I
we
bought
don't
that
care.
game 18 months ago in preparation for this.
Wow.
People are saying, do the spoiler cast. It's going to be a totally different game. They're not going to know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, it'll be like that episode of GigaBoots where Jeff watched the wrong fucking anime and then just we had to talk to him about his anime.
Like you gotta read the patch notes. It's literally like, yeah, we changed every single fucking thing about this game.
Play Yick, Dan, you hack fraud. We did.
Yeah.
We beat it. Go watch it. That's Yick. One might argue the thing Chris is about to play isn't.
Right. Like, it's just the full admission that he's incredibly insecure about his art. Like, no, they can't be wrong, or they can't be right. I will change everything and then say that they were right.
Maybe he needs a new podcast to come on to for the new thing in order to attack people who don't respect his art. We might be able to set something up. Maybe we'll set something up. I'm very excited for your Killer 7 stream, and I'm excited to look at Yick for 10 minutes to clock how different it is, and then check out because I barely survived once.
Yeah.
I for the record, I am not brave like Bob and Dan. If I get like 4 hours in, I'm like, these fights are taking forever. Easy.
right in the manhole.
Do you think they're going to add a third way that the entire combat mechanics work? Because they added that second way
absolutely.
before
They're
we
going to completely change that.
Yeah, so that's cool, great. Then he can keep toggling between all three and going, none of these are right.
I assume that this new patch will delete the ability to change. It'll be something completely new, and you can't go back.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
So again, at the end of this episode, we're going to be doing the mailbag, so please stick around for that. And also, Pablo.
Oh, fuck.
Podler is very calming this time.
Podlords? Yes, that's right. The Podlords. No, not the Sandwich Lords. This isn't Lingo Chat. Chat, this is the Podlords, not some sort of segment full of terrible bits.
Oh god, we didn't even mention I finally ate that banana with cheese. Oh.
Wait, you can hold it.
Yeah. We don't need that in the Podlords. The Podlords
Yes, that's right. The Podlords. Podlords such as BN12, Red Blaze 27, Suzu Shiro. Ladies, gents, and malcontents, I present to you Leon Kennedy.
Nice.
Aw,
Cute.
that's a handsome kitty.
101 Shades of Wonderful Remastered. WTF Spider-Man. Mr. I Like Spam. DFW 3K.
This is an Xbox, that's a Podlord.
Jesus.
This is not an Xbox. This is a box that X'd up.
Holy shit. If they were brave, they would use this marketing.
Yeah, I know. This is smarter than anything Microsoft's marketing has ever done.
Chris C. Plain old Juicifrost. $848 Cooper tank.
With the power of the Hogyoku, it has allowed me to transcend the bounds between canon and non-canon.
Would not have been surprised.
No. Not was his plan.
It would have been so good.
Indigo Sykes. Foul Swampert.
I don't know. This seems like
Ideal.
historically accurate Swampert.
And biblically accurate. 300? That's almost as many hours of JRPGs I have left to play this year.
Oh, Podlords,
see.
don't say true things.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I have to play
No.
Infinite
No, we can't
Wealth.
get into this again.
Metaphor,
No.
Romancing Saga,
No.
Dragon Quest. That's
No.
only like 260. It's fine.
That's all.
Fine.
Fantasia.
No, Fantasia's gonna be like really small. It's on phones.
Yeah.
I keep thinking Thaumaturge is supposed to come out on consoles soon.
Shunji17 could like to behind you fat do matter. Few or palette and two reserve do.
This is a Homestuck reference. I don't fucking get it.
A raccoon that has been playing way too much Vampire Survivors.
Oh, that's adorable.
Is that a tiny dragon costume on a
I can't
oh my
decide
God.
if
think
it's a
so, yes.
dragon or a
Wow.
chupacabra. I love them both. Could just be a really flat chupacabra that's trying to eat this raccoon. My plan is to drink 300 coffees to celebrate Big Thing Dimension. This is too much fidelity.
Yeah, it is.
I never needed this. The Hard M must entertain the beast. So bits are on a brief hiatus. Saralina. Timothy Pfister. Hosting the flagship Monsters Until Wilds is here. Tigrex, the Muscle Wyvern.
Swear to God, I used to have a Beast Wars toy with that exact same color scheme.
That sounds like a wrestler, right?
Tigrex is here.
Krunglespum. Pleochrome. I'm so glad that all the GigaBoys believed in the justice that Gein's plan should have worked. It would have tied the small fights together so well.
Oh, he stopped. What happened to him?
The Hogyoku.
Oh, no! Oh, man.
Madness. This is filler.
Just to be clear, Dan made this icon for Big Think well after, like, there was no correlation here between the two.
I'm gonna be honest, I forgot this Podlord existed.
Right?
Here's what happened. We were like, what goes in the thumbnail? Making a cool looking 300's hard. Go get it from the movie poster.
Right?
Jesus Christ.
Yuffie.
Just so you know, I approve.
Yeah, I'm like, what did this... I guess that she must have shown up in, like, one of those mobile backstory games or something.
Virbarm. Stheno. Bleach gags on their final week of vacation. Oh no.
Back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Cosmic Quasar Dragon.
Good one to end on. That's pretty cool.
The real game of the year, coming to Switch or Steam.
I don't know. This isn't the Super Nintendo one, so I'm not. That's the only one I'm supposed to play.
Oh, okay. I see.
I don't.
You're not allowed to play New Sheeran.
I guess. I don't know. I actually don't know shit about Sheeran other than it's a roguelike, right?
Yeah, and like the historically accurate way of it's a dungeon
biblically
crawler.
accurate roguelike.
Yes.
I didn't expect the You Are Under Arrest game adaptation to be so rancid.
Oh,
I
no.
hate everything
No.
that's happening to me right now.
No.
Oh, would it help if I zoomed in then?
Oh,
Is that
No.
Do you need to,
Oh
is there-
my God. Is this what the rest of you see when you look at Angela Anaconda?
Yes. Yes.
God damn it.
My reaction when Square H2D2 I'm sorry, I'm losing it over
You
this.
gotta take it down.
You couldn't have done this to burn up W. It had to be You're Under Arrest.
I'm moving on. My reaction when Square HD2D's Final Fantasy VI before Chrono Trigger. Cryptid Bird. Digital Basic. Oh no!
It's getting closer.
They're coming right at us! And just got a promotion, so here's my first Podlord bit. The Momono. First up, Gash Bell. Thank you very much to our Podlords.
Thank you, Lords.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Podlord.
Podlords.
Thank you, Podlords!
If you'd like to become a Podlord, you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/gbpodcast. For as little as $5 a month, you get access to many benefits, such as early access to Chugging, Bleach, and Pokemon Go to the Movies, one of which will be over in like a month, so you better get on that early access because it ain't going to be there that much longer. You also get extended content for such shows as Game Apprenticeship and Armchair Devs when we do those shows, Please check out the extended armchair devs for Saving Ubisoft and Sonic the Hedgehog, available right now. You also get an entire movie called Isolation 119, a splendid movie where a man goes to Thailand to get a tax write-off on his vacation to Thailand. You also get a patron-funded show, one a month, either a public show where we watch a bad thing and talk about it, and patrons get a private commentary track, or a private show where you vote on what good thing we have to watch and then discuss. This month we discussed Black Dynamite, a movie that is maybe a collection of scenes more so than a film.
This is...
it
that's
also may be the most
patreon.com.
snickering in any single podcast ever released by us.
No, it's true.
And patreon.com/GB podcast. If you don't have any money, it always helps immensely. Just tell your friends, spread the word, rate us on Thursdays, rate us with a T on your podcasting app of choice, and leave a comment and subscribe on YouTube if you listen that way right now.
I hear we have news.
We
Is that
do.
true?
A little bit.
Slander.
Let's go ahead and start with let's see. We could start with for segments. Let's burn the industry down.
Oh,
let's just start with it.
Jesus.
Hey,
Oh,
what's
no.
going on? Who's covering this?
We do have one thing. I'm the one who put that in there, so
Let's
I guess I
go.
can do it. So Sony is in discussion to buy Katakawa. That's a huge fucking company, like $3 billion of revenue a year big. They own a shitload of anime studios, and also Spike Chunsoft, and also FromSoft, and also magazines, and also fucking everything. This is reportedly, potentially, a move by Katakawa to stave off being acquired by Kakao, a Korean megacorp, which is like the same, like kind of like a Korean Tencent. But Katakawa's owners have reportedly been interested in selling for a while, and apparently they're like, yeah, Aniplex is really good at shoving a rocket up IP's asses and shooting it up to the moon, and we'd like to get our shit in on that. So if we're owned by Sony, then that could happen. This is still in the very early stages. Most people are like, yeah, the Japanese government is going to try and null this somehow. But who knows?
Yeah.
I believe the image of Dan Video Games in some very deeply mentally ill people's brains is supposed to go, well, this is based actually because it's Sony.
God.
Yeah, I can't see anything.
No, every time they absorb a big company like this, it's bad. Like, they did this to all of Crunchyroll and all Rice stuff, and most of those things got worse.
Right, and so much of Katakawa is its anime industry. Like, it's really close between that and games. So absolutely, this will just be a continuation of that nightmare.
Yeah.
Oof.
Big corporation, corporate consolidation is always bad for consumers.
Whoa!
Always.
Did you know the batting average is 100? That's it.
That's it.
That's the segment. Goodbye. Get out of here. I don't want to see any of you anymore. You heard how his tombstone was there, but he's also in the thumbnail.
Look, we didn't take down the tombstone after we brought him back to life.
Oh, right. We got the Dragon Balls.
Right.
It was so easy, I forgot, because we have that radar, and we just went, well, shit, just drive over there and pick it up. There was no fun adventures. It comes off as a lot more fun in the anime.
It does.
You know, they're like, oh, there's a dinosaur. Oh, there's a village, and they have a bad guy, and I gotta... No, it was really just driving. A lot of driving. Anyway, let's get to news. Dr. Agro!
Steam continues to make changes to its store policies to become slightly more based. Now, when a season pass is made available for purchase on Steam, it must include the following information. You need to list all of the DLC that's in the pass. You need to give a brief, accurate description of the stuff, like 2 new weapons, a level, this many costumes. The expected release date, down to like the quarter or the season. A season pass now must include at least one DLC when it is made available for purchase, unless it is part of the pre-purchase of like a deluxe edition of the game. Also, if your DLC gets canceled, there will be refunds. If your DLC gets delayed too long, Steam will take action and start refunding shit.
Good. The industry needs someone like this, some manner of what would you call that?
An agent of the people.
Yes.
A governing body that is interested in the benefits of its body, right?
Mm-hmm. A chaperone. Because they're toddlers running these companies, I'm convinced.
Yeah, somebody needed to just walk around with a baseball bat and maintain order. And I'm glad Steam is slowly adding little things like this.
It is quite strange to see Steam do it because this traditionally was a thing that you would have seen a console manufacturer do. Like
but they
having
don't
the
care
strict
anymore.
limitations, having certain checks.
Uh-huh.
They don't care anymore. It was a race to the bottom.
Yeah.
And here we are at the bottom.
It's not a walled garden if you don't actually tend it, assholes.
It's a walled parking lot.
Give us $80 a year to get in.
Yeah, this is great news.
Yeah. No, that's only stuff that's good for consumers.
Mm-hmm.
Weird. I can't believe they were allowed to sell this stuff without that before.
You know what? Let's just cover it. Hey, everyone on the podcast, feel free to just shout the moment you think of one. When's the last time a console manufacturer enforced a thing that made your life better at all? Okay.
Like, you could argue compliance standards when they do it right.
When
They don't do that at all
they're dead
anymore.
now.
Yeah.
It was like a downward slope of that mattering. So it was less like they made them a thing and more like they unmade them over time, eroding the importance.
We soft locked in Funko Fusion how many times?
Yeah. Okay.
God, I could make it on the PS3.
People
Anyway.
are saying the Cyberpunk refund, the Cyberpunk delisting, and the Concord refund. Concord refund seems really like a real mixed bag here.
Right, because they then deleted the whole thing and they'll never bring it back. So
I'm sure the people who bought it were really frustrated that game they were interested in is gone forever now, even if no one was playing it. Anyway, let's move on.
So you guys know the PlayStation Portal.
I do.
Well, now it can do a thing that it couldn't do before for some mystifying reason.
It sure is mystifying.
As of 2 days ago, you no longer need to stream games from your PS5 to the PlayStation Portal. If you've got a PlayStation Plus account or one of the many other double plus versions, you can just do their streaming shit straight off the Wi-Fi.
they didn't have this before?
Yeah, before
thought-
you could be anywhere, and if you had Wi-Fi, you could stream it from your PS5 to there.
Weird.
Now you can stream it from the cloud to there.
Right.
Mystic Ryan has a video on this where he tries it. The latency is unfucking real. We're
Not
talking
surprising.
action.
Yeah, they say you need a minimum 5 megabits up and down, and it supports up to 1080p at 60 frames a second. No, up to.
Up to.
It could be any number. Any of them.
You apparently need to go into like your settings menu and turn on cloud beta parentheses
Yes.
streaming.
Yeah, because it's
Sorry,
still in
cloud
beta.
streaming parentheses beta.
Yeah, it's beta. You're opting into it. It's not normally Surface because they know it's not good at all yet.
They have been doing this, the cloud beta, for over a decade.
Yeah,
Well,
but
no,
it's
no,
still
no, no.
shit, so we call
The
it a
con-
beta, and it's
the,
fine.
The console version isn't a beta. The
Yeah.
Portal doing it's a beta. They're not Microsoft here.
That's insane.
This is so fucking stupid.
How is it so bad?
Yep.
Yeah. That's great, man.
All right. I'm going to attempt to say this name.
Oh, wait. Before you move on, I need to mention a specific detail about that. So, as we said, it's beta, it's opt-in. There are only 125 games that work in that mode yet. So, I sat there and went, well, hey, technically then I could be at the gym, use their Wi-Fi, and play my game. And then it was like, no, bro, it only works with 125 games.
I don't know if they know this. There's a lot more than 125 PlayStation games.
That's true.
Okay.
The online memes might tell you otherwise, but there are in fact more than 125 that you might want to play even.
Yeah.
Cool. Anyways, let's move on.
Olivier Courtemarche?
I'd
Maybe.
buy it.
About
Something like
where I'm
that?
sitting, yeah.
Has announced that he has been made the head of PlayStation Mobile.
This is PlayStation's mobile division, and I know this is a clarification that no one other than me needs, because PlayStation Mobile was a format of game that died over 10 years ago.
Right.
Right there next to PlayStation Minis. And 99% of our audience goes, Dan, what are you fucking talking about?
Yeah, I was
Neither
wondering
of
if minis was what you were talking about.
No, those are two different things for two different eras of two different devices. Minis was PSP and PS3. Mobile was just Vita and phones. Phones.
Great.
Like the Xperia phones. Anyways, yeah, they replaced the head of the mobile division of PlayStation Mobile. This is relevant because they closed the studio, Neon Koi, is that right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that was the only studio they had left. So I don't, as
Oh.
far as I know, they don't have any devs working on anything as far as I know.
They
But
must
I
be
could be
outsourcing
wrong.
projects or something.
I could absolutely be wrong on that. Oh boy.
This
Cool.
means we're getting a new Vita, right?
Yeah, because
Absolutely.
it's a mobile.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that means.
It is a mobile PlayStation. Bob, let's do it.
Okay. Jeff Keighley announced his Game of the Year nominations.
Well, technically,
I know.
the
They're
nominations for the Game Awards, which
hosted
is
by
from,
Jeff Keighley.
hosted by Jeff Keighley, which is aggregated from journalists across the whole industry. Bob, who are the nominees for Game of the Year?
The nominees for Game of the Year this year are Astrobot,
Cool.
Bizarre.
Balatro,
Bizarre.
Okay.
Black Myth Wukong,
Illegitimate.
Real quick, I want that aside. You said on our stream of, I don't think any human who beat that game would nominate it.
I think that game is there solely so Jeff Keighley is not assassinated.
Yeah, probably.
No elaboration needed. Elden Ring, Shadows of the Erdtree,
That's a DLC.
Game journalism is an illegitimate profession.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth,
Yeah,
And-
sure.
and Metaphor ReFantazio.
Ladies and
I feel
gentlemen,
bad for Metaphor because they literally had to make up this bullshit about DLC so it didn't win.
literally, ladies and gentlemen, there is not one AAA Western game on this list.
Yeah.
Yeah,
None.
the West has officially fallen.
It has officially
Right?
fallen.
They didn't even shove Dragon Age on here.
I expected Dragon Age so fucking bad. It's been exactly a decade. They get to do the Phoenix Rising ass like narrative.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even up for best RPG. Like they have truly flopped.
Yeah, they wasted too money making it. They didn't have any left over to buy this nomination.
Absolutely incredible. You know, it's been years that we've been talking about the Western industry is really troubled. That we get fewer and fewer games. The AAA sphere is having major issues. And you know the industry has just copped to it when not one game.
Yeah, there's
Is
not even one
nominated
you can
for-
pretend.
Right.
Because the big games for AAA from the West have all even reviewed poorly except Dragon Age.
Yeah, Dragon Age did okay.
Yeah, like Star Wars Outlaw reviewed poorly.
Uh-huh.
Suicide Squad. Dismal. You can't even, no one can pretend that game isn't trash.
I'm still really surprised that like Helldivers or something didn't get, or Space Marine 2 didn't get on here. Like, because again, it's not that these things are paid, it's that game journalists just have that milquetoast a taste.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
But
that's-
so like even they have gone, this slop's too bland.
well, the weirdest thing is like Helldivers 2 was really hype, but that was 8 months ago. So there's the real
Yeah, that was like February.
zeitgeist thing, right?
Yeah.
Well, by now they've forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I haven't reviewed the TGAs enough to know whether or not multiplayer games are normally nominated as much.
I mean, Overwatch won that one year, but
I know that's the only point of data I have in my brain.
yeah,
I don't have
I feel
a
like
good
that was
read on it. But yeah, it's I don't know. I just it's really incredible to see it's happened. It's finally happened. People used to think we didn't nominate Western stuff because we were weebs, and I'm like, ladies and gentlemen, if the West would make some great games, I would be happier.
yeah.
There's almost always a Western game in the top 5 we do. So like, it's just like, no,
But
you need to give the big Sony thing first place. That's why they spent $400 million
right,
on
of course.
it.
It's really unfortunate for the Game Awards. There is no big Sony thing this year. The next year, Death Stranding 2 gets to just shoot Ghost of Yotei in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 was last year. So, usually
Yeah.
with the Game Awards, they do get solid representation. This year, literally nothing. There was nothing to represent.
There wasn't. Yeah.
There used to be
Except
an industry
Dragon
here.
Age,
It's
which
gone
didn't even
now.
like, honestly, the fact, like, at first I was like, well, Dragon Age Veilguard seems to have sold okay. That BioWare's probably safe. This makes me think they're not. Because, like, what EA is going to look and be like, the game we heavily tuned for game journalists didn't appeal enough to game journalists to get us a nomination in Best RPG?
I think its only nomination, I believe, is like
Is
performance.
accessibility.
Oh, it's
Yeah, it's accessibility, which is like the forte of Western AAA.
They
Yeah.
might be in performance, but that's not for the game. That's for an actor. Like,
I
that
know.
doesn't count.
I think it's absolutely nutty that Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is not nominated.
for anything.
No
Yeah.
Western journalist played that.
Absolutely nuts that it's not nominated for anything when it frankly should be nominated for Game of the Year.
Yeah.
I would put it above many things on that list.
I'm just glad Stellar Blade's not on that list because
That would be unfucking real. It's just like,
if it's not Dark Souls shapes, I don't even want to see it. That's what that list would just be at
yeah,
that
that's
point.
what it would teach us. Yeah, Like a Dragon 8 also not being there.
I know,
Is that
that-
in the RPGs at least?
That's in the RPGs at
At
least.
least there's that,
Mhm.
which Grand Blue isn't, which is upsetting because that's like one of the best RPGs made in years.
What blew me away with that is they nominated Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising for an award. So they remembered Grand Blue existed, but not Relink at all.
I mean, that was just for best fighting game, which is a fake category. Remember when they put Sifu in it? They put multiverses in it again. By the way, that game's going to shut down like probably in January.
Yeah, I
Wait.
wouldn't be
They
surprised.
have Unicorn Overlord in Best Sim?
It's like tactical sim sort of thing. So it's going up against
Go on.
something else. It kind of made sense as a category.
Is it Aura? Is it going up against Aura? Myths Untold or whatever?
Maybe?
No, that wasn't nominated for anything.
I wonder why. Maybe they should anamorph their way into a Game of the Year nomination. I don't know. Fucking Microsoft marketing. Let's move on.
The Game Awards is partnering with Amazon to do
Okay.
deals during the event. I only put this here because in that deal, in that announcement, they're like, yeah, we're going to make Wario 64's life hell. I was like, okay, you at least know what you're doing is kind of insane. Dynasty Warriors Origins is getting a demo.
It
comes
is
out
technically
tomorrow.
out now.
It's out now?
On Steam
Ooh.
at least.
Ooh.
So, man, I wish that new PC had the 4090 in it. God damn it.
Well, the PS5 Pro, I'm sure that is.
I mean, I want to see it on both.
Right.
I want to know. Can you show me? Big Dynasty Warriors fans. If you
Yes.
don't know, Bob and I, big Dynasty Warriors fans.
That doesn't come out much because they haven't made a Dynasty Warriors game in like forever.
They haven't made one worth talking about in 11 years, and that one was only barely worth talking about.
Yeah. Man. So that's cool. We get to see before January if this game's actually going to be worth playing.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
We had some sales news come out back to Nitsugami.
Oh, yeah?
Pass of the Goddess.
Oh, we doing like one of those like morning show sort of, here's our chipper news segment. We only talk about positive news.
Hey, it missed its sales goals.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, no
I
shit. Nobody
wanna-
knows what that is. Even I still don't know what that is.
I want to point out this game was a big marketing deal with Microsoft and on day one on Game Pass. I wonder why it didn't sell. I wonder. It's a mystery that their marketing might be
It's
terrible.
a mystery.
and they tell you not to buy it.
Why didn't people buy it, though?
I don't know. We can't get to the bottom of this.
Maybe they weren't sure whether this was an Xbox.
God. Anyways, yeah, we probably should play Eddie Kunitsgavi so that way our audience can ever know what it is.
Probably. That would be neat.
That's part of why we stream things, so that way we can edify everyone. Bob, give me some news that should literally feel like a sawed-off shotgun being unloaded point blank into my abdomen.
Callisto Protocol. Does anyone remember what that is? First off,
I assume.
I do.
I assume
Okay.
they remember.
this was the spiritual successor to Dead Space
Yes.
that was going to totally own the new remake, and then ended up sucking.
Yeah.
It's getting a PS5 Pro update.
Ooh.
You can play it in 8K at 30 frames per second.
No, I can't. I don't have an 8K display. Nobody
Nobody does.
Okay, well, you can play it in 4K at 60 frames per second.
You promise?
No promises were made. In both modes have full ray tracing.
Oh my god. That makes my penis the big penis.
Yeah, that makes me so excited to play this. I was just astonished. It was like, there's anyone still working on that? I thought you would have closed the whole studio by now. And maybe they did.
Same. I don't know how this update happened.
Right? And for what person is the 8K mode?
No one.
Okay.
Even Richard Ledbetter's like, half of my 8K TV has problems, so I don't use it anymore.
In my last piece of news, publishing rights for Shenmue 3 have moved from Deep Silver to NN Games. NN Games, publisher of Air Twister.
This story has a real energy of that time. What was it? The creator of Invader Zim and Mindless Self-Indulgence talked about. They made the music video for one of their songs for a Diet Coke. They paid him in a single Diet Coke.
Yes. Yes. I assume that no money changed hands because it was literally worthless.
They exchanged a whole 12-pack of Diet Coke for these rights.
But NN Games says they're really excited to continue the legacy of Shenmue 3.
Air Twister, for people who don't know, is another game we should stream to edify
Yes!
people, because I actually own a PS5 copy of it physically because it went on a good sale.
Yeah.
That is the weird Fantasy Zone-like that came out on phones that has a knockoff Rush soundtrack, right? Not Rush.
Wait. A knockoff Queen soundtrack, and it's not Fantasy Zone. It's
Space Harrier.
Space Harrier, yes.
It's
Where
very
they say
confusing when they
Fantasy
say,
Zone.
welcome to the Fantasy Zone.
Uh-huh.
So I will always mix those up.
And then when Bayonetta also says
Welcome to the Fantasy Zone.
Yes,
Or this is
like,
my Fantasy Zone or whatever.
Yeah.
Why didn't she say this is my Space Harrier?
awkwardly?
The knockoff Queen soundtrack is incredible. It is. You have to hear it to believe it.
Right? It's like, yo, I think we might get claimed.
Yeah. Absolutely. While we were live, Sega has announced Virtua Fighter 5 Revo, with periods between every letter there, coming to Steam this winter. It's made by RGG Studio. It has rollback netcode, 4K 60 support, and gameplay balance adjustments.
I hope they fix the audio.
That would be nice.
Man, you sure? What was the fucking like? You're so stupid. You did that dog shit version for PS Plus.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And now everyone who has that just feels burned.
What morons?
I actually really want to see this.
Yeah.
Because that version, correct me if I'm wrong, was even PS4.
I think so.
That wasn't 5. So this has 4K 60. I want to see those crispy, deep-fried textures in 4K. That sounds delightful. Also, I don't doubt the modding community could fix the horrible overcompressed pumping sound of the audio, because, that was rancid.
Right. You better release an update to fix the console version. What's wrong with you?
That audio is so bad. It sounds like your most misguided streamer trying to improve their audio game. That is literally what it sounds like. Someone who uses plugins and has no idea what they're doing.
It just sounds like your speakers are broken.
Yes.
Like, that's all it really sounds like. I don't know how they released that.
But yes, it was technically free on PlayStation Plus. So worth the price of entry, right?
I assume they're going to update that version, and that's why they haven't announced this for consoles. Like, it seems... I don't think... Well, sorry that you bought or acquired that scam version. Here's the real version. I don't think that's would go over well. Like, that feels like it would almost kill the project out the gate.
Yeah, I have no idea what they're going to do.
Yeah.
I have no predictions here. Let's move on to Chris news.
Okie dokie. So Remedy did a financial report this week. Control 2 will be an action RPG. Okay.
Yeah, that could be good.
They seemingly consider the first one an action RPG also, which makes me a lot less afraid. The moment they said this, I was like, you better not have Destiny loot.
Meanwhile, they're like, it's an action RPG. And I'm like, a good one?
It's an action RPG, sir.
Yeah, no, I'm all for somebody making a game where you shoot a gun, an action RPG. I love Parasite Eve.
Yeah.
Let's see how close you get.
Right. Like, I kind of, like, they already had elements of a Metroidvania in the last one. So, like, I guess they're just trying to say that. Like,
maybe.
Bulleting more into that direction.
Maybe. One moment in chat. Silent Hill 2 Remake is an action-adventure game in the Game Awards 2024. Well, what are you going to do? Put it up against the horror genre? Where are
It's
they?
also put up for fucking best narrative, which I'm like, you should have your 5 put across your face. I'm sorry.
But the story was good and it's back again.
That immediate we're gonna include remakes and DLC. Immediately went to the stupid possible places like, yeah, we just made like a worse version of a game from 25 years ago. Can we win best narrative? And I'm like, joke industry. Fucking industry.
Yeah, next year Metal Gear Solid 3 is gonna win.
No, there's like some mucus membrane that's missing on the brains of everyone but the Silent Hill 2 fans who work in game journalism that, I don't know, it just doesn't absorb as well to be like, this story was great before and it's great again. Here you go, shoving it in the slot. I feel like Metal Gear fans will literally be like, yeah, I know, I played this 22 years ago. Why the fuck would I nominate it? Like, I feel like that's actually how that would go. Chris?
Eddie, who is the company that did stuff like the Cho Aniki collection, the Valis collection, and the Cosmic Fantasy collections, are teasing the Ernest Evans trilogy of games.
Fuck you.
That is El Viento, Ernest Evans, and Annette Futatabi. Those are 2 platformers and a beat 'em up. They're all in the Genesis, I think.
I looked up images of these games and just seeing the art, I'm like, yeah, we need these again. Make new stuff that looks like this, please, right now.
Ernest Evans is so weird because it's like each one of his limbs is a different sprite, so it just looks insane.
Yeah. It's literally, imagine your entire character is the whip from Super Castlevania 4.
God.
So you're just like, I'm walking.
Incredible.
Why are they doing this? Who made them? Is this like a Jay Leto thing where it's obviously the mob's involved, but we won't admit it?
I don't know. We already talked about Yik, a postmodern RPG. Yik 1.5 IV, as in an IV drip, featuring new mechanics, new cutscenes, new script, new party members, new leveling system. I think they said 150 new music tracks. It's basically, they basically remade the game.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So December 2nd, I will be seated, not on December 2nd because that's a fucking Monday, but on the weekend. They announced Final Fantasy XIV Mobile. It seems to be some sort of mobile version of 14 that seems to only be the very base game, like a Realm Reborn, like 2.0, the not fucked up version. That's all we know.
I was like,
it's being made by Lightspeed Studios, which is the mobile division of the Tencent studio that Itsuno went with, who is Lightspeed Japan Studio.
Right.
Right. They just have like half a dozen Lightspeed studios.
Yeah.
Yeah, for people who are like, Itsuno's involved, it's like, no, he's not.
No.
For the record. This is like a EA names 18 different studios to BioWare situation.
Uh-huh. Very excited for Lightspeed Studios Montreal. Bob's like, wait, it does exist.
Probably does.
Bandai Namco is absorbing Bandai Namco Online.
Okay.
They made Blue Protocol and
Die.
Gundam Evolution. No layoffs were announced. It's like what happened to Tokyo RPG Factory and Luminous Productions. Although I assume a lot of them are being put in that room where you don't do anything until you quit.
Yeah.
No, Deep Down's coming back.
That wasn't them.
It is now.
Capcom!
Man.
We actually did have a question in the mailbag, but there's so many questions I cut it where someone was like, what was your favorite vaporware you want to actually have exist? And I was like, I assume everyone's is Deep Down. Mine, however, is that identity thing.
Ooh.
For the PS3.
No, mine isn't Deep Down.
What? Okay, well, you can ruminate on yours and then just say it at a random point.
It's that one game that was like Bonnie and Clyde-esque. I think Rockstar was making it.
Hey, Aggro, are there any vaporware games from Rockstar you wish existed?
I can't imagine what that might be. I don't know.
No?
No, dude, it was Deep Down. Like, I'm normal.
I was just gonna say Killing Day.
Killing Day would be funny to. Oh wow, that looks
Prey.
great.
You know what? I'm changing my answer. The real Prey 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is a great one.
Yeah, for me, it's still that identity thing where it's just like, you will use the PlayStation Eye to talk to hot ladies who solve mysteries and you help. And I'm like, this would have been the most dog shit game ever. I want it.
Yeah, right.
Lifeline 2.
Absolutely.
Oh man, we have some really good bullets to end on with Chris's news.
So Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 is a stream-only game that runs through a fucking Azure client. It runs like shit. It looks like shit. You have to stay in a fucking queue to get in. Why did they do this? Even they don't know.
So the way that Microsoft Flight Sim has always worked is it streams the assets to you from the cloud because the entire game's too big to put on any storage. And then they did an update that is just streaming the whole game, maybe? Or just still streaming the assets, but it got too popular because of the update, and now it's breaking. Just all over the place.
Nightmare. How is this sold as the future technology industry when immediately breaks? Like, that's the main feature. It just shatters into pieces the moment more people want to use it.
Oh, Matto says, the last game had an offline download mode that this one does not have. Man, that download must have been fucking massive.
Right, and it was probably lower quality assets and stuff to make it work.
But hey, then, check this out. It'd work.
Yeah, and that's kind of important.
Yeah, new one doesn't fucking work.
Cool.
Amazing. Hey,
Amaze
remember when they only had Xbox One consoles on the market and they're like, Microsoft Flight Sim's coming to Xbox? They meant the Series consoles. That should be illegal. You shouldn't be able to say this is coming to our console and you only have these two consoles on the market and it comes to neither of them.
I mean, now
Anyway.
they shouldn't be able to say anything's coming to Xbox with that. Everything is an Xbox shit.
I'm going to be like,
Like
no,
it should have to be playable on every single one of those.
that wasn't playable on my stepdad at all.
And finally, so Star Wars Outlaws got a big new update that is really paying off in player count. Steam player count peaked at 340.
Numbers are up. Numbers are up.
They took out stealth. Every single mandatory stealth segment in the game was removed.
It's so
You can just
funny.
kill your way through them.
I feel bad because we didn't cover the version of this game that people would want to see. Now it's some other game.
It is. It's something that I think people since day one have been asking for.
Yeah,
Because, oh my god, what do you mean it had that much mandatory stealth?
we can't roll it back to the disc because they had important day one updates that fixed shit. Like really important day one updates that fix shit. So if we just play the disc version, it'll be incredibly broken.
Also, they did their big Black Friday sale that they're super proud of.
Oh, wow. I'm excited because there was a chance we were going to play this for Game of the Year. Bob, how much is it going on sale for?
$50. That's literally twice as much as you should ask for that. That game bombed 2 months ago. You have to try and get it out. $50 isn't doing that.
Yeah, that's insane.
Wow.
I have to expect some retailers are going to be like, no, what are you talking about? It's a Walmart. Get it out of here. 25.
Right. I bet Walmart really loves their fucking game section right now. The industry's doing so well. Ugh.
It's so bright. I need sunglasses.
Yeah. Anyways, hey. You know what time it is?
Oh.
It's time for us to end the oh, wait.
Oh my
Not
God.
this time. Because it's Big Think 300, and we thought we'd celebrate by answering some of your questions for the first time in over 2 years. Since then, we've been completely out of your reach, not to be questioned by peons like you. But now, we will lower ourselves to answer your queries. Let's see what music we can get going on here. We're just going to roll the Dragon Quest music the entire mailbag segment.
Everyone left. Jesus.
No, that'd be really, really funny, but let me find something else. Oh, hey, here's this. What if I ran the Dragon Quest music twice over itself, the entire mailbag segment? What if we... Half of the... Red Letter Media did a half in the bag, or sorry, best of the worst trivia segment, where it was like a trivia game show, where they had to compete with knowledge of prior episodes of Best of the Worst they did. And Bob was like, we should do this, but for like cursed content. I'm like, it's true.
I had to go look up my answer.
For death streams.
Ooh.
And that would be incredible. Like, hey, can you remember Thing at all? And we're sweating.
Yeah.
No. Anyways, let's give me one more second. We're gonna see. I'm going to roll my dice and see if my music player of choice works at all today. Bob, you have any thoughts? You want to guess? Is this going to work? Is it going to not work?
It's going to work. I'm going to believe.
My choice. That's generous. That's a generous description. I chose to have broken software. It seems to be working.
Okay.
Seems to be working.
Let's see.
Are we going to keep working? Are we... What? One moment. Ah, that's not the one. Damn, I missed by one track. I was like, I should have the mailbag music on here, but unfortunately... Is it this one? No. Ah, damn. This is really tragic. This is what I get for not remembering the specific name of the specific theme we played from this one thing forever ago. Oh, well, we'll do this. We'll just do that song from Chrono Trigger. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the mailbag segment. We hope you remembered to send in your email before the day of the podcast when you had a whole week. The first question is sent in by Bored Erlands. What piece of cursed content felt most like being betrayed and trapped in the hyperbolic time chamber?
Golden Compass.
Powers.
That was up there.
It
I think
was.
Golden Compass is worse.
That's fair.
I'm going to have to start with standing on Powers.
Powers genuinely felt like brain dead.
Right? It's like, this is... How many episodes is this?
I think...
Oh, we can't get out?
I think that has the longest silence we've ever had in a commentary track. I think it was 8 minutes or something.
Powers at least had the guy's head getting popped off.
Yes,
that
at
was
the
something.
beginning. There was things.
I really thought I was going to say Nintendo Quest for this. But as I was looking through the list, I came across a name that felt like a dried, charred section on the inside of my heart.
Yeah.
And it's Biodome. I can't believe that movie is exactly as bad as popular culture remembers it being.
That is infrequent. Things usually get exaggerated in some way. Or maybe downplayed, like get some sort of revival to it.
The next question is specifically for aggro. What literature should I be reading in order to become more of an expert on swords as you are?
I mean, your standard sword textbook is usually Records of the Medieval Sword by Ewart Oakeshott. But honestly, if you want to learn about swords, YouTube is your friend. Swords are great things to like look at and see them move around to understand the context in which they existed. And there's just a whole wealth of modern YouTube videos that are a whole lot better than endless threads on old PHBB forums where somebody's older brother would lie to you about how katanas were made.
This seems so specific.
It was a whole era of scholarship. Like I check out channels like Scala Gladiatoria, the Metatron, Scholagrim does some fun stuff now and then. Books will fail you in this regard. Watch videos, rot your brain.
Wow.
Next question. What's the best thing you've cooked in recent memory? Dan's avocado smash burger notwithstanding, this is bullshit! That was such a good burger. That is what I would have brought. It was the perfect burger. For anyone who missed the fucking post. Avocado layer on top of patty. Then yellow American cheese. Another patty. Then white American cheese. Another patty. Mayo, toasted buns. Mustard and ketchup. Beautiful burger. Amazing. I'm not even gonna fucking say anything else that I've cooked recently because it will not get close to that burger. Bob.
I've done a few things recently that sounded pretty good. My go-to quick lunch is a Korean style like sandwich that's egg and cabbage mixed together.
Ooh.
Then with ham on top.
Yeah, always. Do you do ketchup with that?
I don't do ketchup.
American cheese?
No, I've been using Havarti cheese. Havarti.
Oh, yeah.
Havarti
Yeah, that's a good
cheese.
choice. That's a good choice.
And having the Kewpie mayo and either sriracha or I've been using this what's it called? It's like an African hot sauce. It's like peri peri sauce, I think. I think that's right.
Yeah, peri peri sauce is a sauce.
And that's real good.
Okay, cool.
And then I make a air fryer sweet potato fries to go with it.
Oh, that's pretty good
and
too.
have pickle on the side. It's like, yeah, this is great.
Aggro.
Like a couple hours ago.
Really racist.
I the recency bias might be real, but I am back on my bullshit. I made like a pound of baby portobello mushrooms in a frying pan and just cooked the shit out of them, and then dumped some kimchi on top of that.
That sounds really good.
It is. It was really good.
Chris Wolfhart.
This is actually a little bit tough. I've eaten lots of things I enjoyed recently, but I'm trying to think of like, is there something that I made bagels.
Ooh.
Like from scratch?
Yeah, from scratch.
That's awesome.
Nice.
Real quick,
those are so different from a...
What would not making them from scratch be? Just getting frozen ones and...
Maybe you made like a bagel sandwich out of a bagel.
Okay. Well, that would be lying then to say you made the bagel.
I mean,
that's like if I took sliced bread and I was like, I made bread.
Freshly made bagels are so different from store-bought bagels, they probably shouldn't legally be allowed to call the same thing.
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Other than that, I made a grilled cheese with bacon and kimchi.
Ooh.
Huh.
And that was pretty good.
That sounds incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
I need to get some kimchi strong on the sandwich I talked about. That'd probably be good.
Yeah,
I
that'd be
think that's
Just start putting kimchi on your sandwiches. It's amazing.
It's a good choice. Let's see. Next question from Sweet JT. Hey, GigaBoots and company. Congratulations on 300 episodes. A big thing to mention. Can we get a full rundown of your podcasting equipment and editing process at some point? When I started listening, you were still the first podcast to self-isolate and sound good. And I'd love to know how you've achieved your results. I graduated from college back in 2023. My drives to and from campus were punctuated with your shows. Thanks for 7 semesters of quality content.
Jesus. Yeah.
Our equipment changed a little bit over that time. We used to use a thing called a DBX286S to do all the audio processing. Currently, Chris is the only one who does that, and then I handle manually through software doing everyone else's audio via plugins from FabFilter. Our recorders, I think at the beginning of the podcast era, I could be wrong, was a Focusrite Scarlett, and it's only later we switched to, which is really high-end, the Mix Pre. We're using the Mix Pre 6. Aggro and Chris use a Mix Pre 3, and they're all Mark IIs, I think, but I'm not sure. These are industry-leading like audio recorders. They're generally made for film. It's really good. Honestly, I wish every fucking streamer could afford that and some good plugins.
Right.
Realistically, at the end of the day, as I said, we stopped using the DBX. All you need is something of that quality and audio filters for proper compression, limiting, EQ. Twitch would change overnight if everyone could have audio quality that good, and that would be so good.
And you should probably mention what the microphones are.
Oh yeah, the microphones everyone uses. They're SM7Bs from Shure. They make one that has USB in, and people say it sounds just as good, but
They're probably lying.
they're probably wrong. But again, these are only as good as the thing you plug them into. They are hard to power. You need clean gain that can raise the signal enough to make for a good audio recording.
Are you getting clean gains, bro?
Are you getting clean gains, bro? I know a lot of people who use the Cloud Lifter, CL1 Cloud Lifter, which is a thing that just takes phantom power from whatever you plug it into, converts that into gain, and just gains the hell out of this so the other part doesn't.
Okay.
The thing is, ironically, if you have a truly quality audio interface, it will sound better than the Cloud Lifter could make these mics sound anyways. Because of course, the Cloud Lifter has its own noise floor. You're a noise floor and then another noise floor. Meanwhile, if you just have the cleaner thing. But that's hard. These are hard to power. They take a lot of gain. Yeah, that's it. Just that. The FabFilter plugins cost an ass load. You can get those results mostly with other plugins. I just do it because it visualizes audio in a way that really helps me figure it out and get it together and tune it better. And now that I bought it once and cried once, I never have to do that again. The DBXs, I should have said this sooner, fantastic devices, relatively short shelf life. They will die after a few years. They always do.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's ultimately why we changed to doing it in software, because we had, at the end of it all, a stack of 5 DBXs, 2 of which didn't work, 3 maybe. And I was like, oh boy, I sure don't want to keep going through $200 pieces of equipment for the rest of my life. Moving on. I really, really like this question. From Juan. Congrats on 300 episodes. My question goes, if you could magically bring in any special guest, regardless of time or money, for an episode of one of your shows, GigaBoots, Curse Content, Armchair Devs, etc., who would each of you pick and what show would it be and what would you talk about? Thank you. Thanks for everything you guys have made throughout the years. Here's to 300 more if the gaming industry survives by then. Cheers, Juan. Troy Baker, chugging bleach. 5 episode
Yeah, that's
runs.
sure the fucking obvious one.
Yeah,
That would be peak internet. What was his plan? Can I leave now? No.
God.
A genie has granted my wish. You do not get to leave now.
We have
would be
to
so good.
sit down. We're going over the entire bound arc point by point.
That's the peak one.
Yes.
Ken Levine for an episode of Armchair Devs Bioshock.
Yeah, see, my brain... I disgustingly, I am not a good person because my brain just goes to how can we make these motherfuckers unhappy instead of something that would be educational for me and the audience.
I feel like the Bioshock one would be both at the same time.
Right?
Everyone would learn something.
Because my immediate thought was Phil Spencer, armchair dev save Xbox. He has to host.
I just want to do a Phil Spencer on a big thing. I just want to talk to him on a big thing all the way through and see if his hypnotism works. This is
I just want to talk.
So you think his stand would activate because he
Right.
was in the room, and we would
Right.
all be like, no, Phil's right. This is great.
Yeah, like I need to know. Does he literally hypnotize people?
John Garvin, Days Gone spoiler cast 4 or 3. I forget which one we're
Well,
on.
I mean, obviously, we want to do 3 when they remake it and 4 with him. We want them each to be their own distinct experiences.
Yeah, because then when we do 4, they're already working on Days Gone 2, and he's really upset.
Right.
I always wanted to bring Ted Price into Armchair Devs and give him another crack at Resistance 2.
He's like, please don't.
I'll do it again, I swear.
I want to bring in David Cage for a Kiwami. I don't care what the topic is.
And we're no longer allowed on YouTube. Thank you, David Cage.
So for my game, all of the women are whores.
Thank you, David Cage.
Come up with something else, David.
Any others?
Nothing comes to mind as strong as those.
I feel like I could get David Jaffe on for stuff if I just asked him. So it feels weird to be like, you get infinite magic.
Right.
You get a genie. And I'm like, I think asking would work.
It'd be cool to have Kyle Bosman on something, but I don't know. Like,
What would be
I guess probably a
Armchair Devs?
Yeah, Armchair Devs would be
Yeah.
the ideal place because he even does goofy drawings.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd be perfect for Armchair Devs.
I want to bring in Hideo Kojima to silently sit through a Lumelin film.
Oh, that would be good. That'd be really good. We get the Kojima face cam.
Yeah, and then we get to see a tweet afterwards. We don't even.
I watched.
It's just the cover. Watched.
Yes.
People are like, what the fuck is Summer the Chew Toy Soul? What the hell is this? That would be really good. That'd be really good. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and move on. Fan from the SEA region. Been following you guys since I stumbled upon your Rant is Go on Mighty Number 9 delay and how the ride never ends. My question is if you will you ever do semi-scripted videos like the Rant is Go? Those were fully scripted, thank you. Or something similar again, if not, why? So we only have so much time.
Mm-hmm.
And while there are some things I want to do, YouTube has made a landscape where the only things that are worth doing have to be done every week, once a week, basically. Or that's the only thing on your channel. So that makes things incredibly difficult because I don't want to turn into internet angry demagogue who comes out to yell about thing they didn't research enough. That's exhausting as a place to be mentally. I don't wish to be one of those people. So that, generally speaking, and the amount of people misusing the Rant is Go to beat people over the head with it without really understanding what was being discussed and then trying to call me in like a tag team fighter in a Marvel versus game is why I stopped. I was just not interested. It felt like a real waste of my time almost.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's basically why.
Right, and then we're doing streaming and the podcast, multiple podcasts
Right.
away. There's just so much time.
I mean, that's why I was saying like time's
Yeah.
so constrained.
Right.
I'd much rather put that time into streaming.
Mm-hmm.
Do something that fucking matters. From Voxandra. When will the four of you do a team building exercise for all to observe? Something that promotes closeness and understanding, like 100% orange juice. I'm for this at any point in time.
We already did that with Dokapon.
Well,
Yeah,
100%
so much
orange
team
juice
building
is so much
happened.
better. It's a superior
Is it?
game, obviously. Yeah, totally. I think so. It's got 100 packs of DLC for you to play as specific anime cryptids.
Yeah, I was like, it's
Ooh.
got cuter anime girls.
It's got
does.
cryptids, you say?
It's got even more stripped down nightmarish mechanics.
GigaBoots 10-hour Among Us stream wet.
Oh.
Oof. I love that. You know how Windows has those notifications to let you know, like, oh, this media player you have open is playing this song now.
Uh-huh.
It took until just literally 1 second ago to pop up for this song that's been playing for almost 2 minutes. Let's see. Hello, GigaBoots crew. Thanks for keeping me sane during my college and COVID eras. My question is a simple one. Favorite fast food restaurant? Thank you.
It's super regional. Does Cookout count?
Well, here's a counter question. Is Kava too expensive? Because nobody would say you can't say Chipotle, and it is Chipotle priced.
Yeah, it is priced as normal fast food prices now because we live in hell.
So the question is, I would say Cookout absolutely nominable.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, the question is it Cookout or Kava? For people who don't know what Kava is, basically Moe's or Chipotle's, but for Mediterranean bowls or pitas instead of burritos.
Right.
So Bob, Cookout's allowed.
Kava's really good though.
Kava is really good.
Cookouts are like the desperation. They will feed you at 3 a.m.
For
food.
$7, you will get a cheer wine, a pile of sides, whether that's Cajun fries or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Hush puppies if you're weird. Chicken quesadilla, maybe 2. Oh my god, I'm eating Cookout after this. I'll let you all know. I don't have enough beef to make smash burgers tonight. I'm absolutely eating Cookout after this. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I think I'm gonna have to go with Cookout.
It's a really big toss-up between those two.
It's nice that Cookout is fast food priced at all.
Yes, in the traditional sense, not the now sense.
Because they give you an absolute shitload of food for $7.
Right, it's a combo, an actual combo for $7
With value.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the food's good.
Yeah,
The double cheeseburger. Oh man,
that burger is better than any fast food like McDonald's, Whataburger, Burger King. Any of those doesn't even compare. It feels like a completely different league.
I feel like Whataburger and it hold 2 spaces that are of value to me, and none of the rest do. I don't know. If we want to spend $10 billion, then Five Guys. I like their burgers. They're good.
I mean, yeah, but that feels like it's more expensive than Kava.
It is. Flat out.
Mm-hmm. Like, honestly, going to Five Guys is more like, going to a theme park restaurant. Just there's no roller coasters around it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So while we mull over this, I suppose, we can move to our co-hosts who might have a more sane, less Cookout-free discussion. Chris, favorite fast food place?
I guess Dairy Queen. I like Dairy Queen a lot. I try not to eat fast food all that often other than Thursdays when it's like, there's nothing else. I'm not cooking. It's 1 a.m.
Mm-hmm. What do you get from Dairy Queen? Like,
I get the chicken strip basket.
Man, the chicken strip basket used to be so much better.
It used to be really good.
It's still pretty good.
At the Niceville location, they completely changed what they are. Tosha's gone on countless angry rants.
Yeah, like the chicken strip basket used to be the best chicken strips known to man, and now it's like
any place where they give you a cup of gravy as your chicken tender dipping sauce gets major credit.
It is an upgrade.
Yeah, it is. It's also something Tosh does every time she orders, like, from anywhere. If they can do country gravy, she's like, please.
Mm-hmm.
It's not fast food, but Publix chicken tenders.
Yeah.
It's from a deli in a grocery store. It shouldn't count as fast food, but the Publix chicken tender meal is so good.
The Publix chicken
tender
tenders
sub is incredible.
Are like the closest you can get to old school Dairy Queen.
Oh yeah, they're top tier. They're literally top tier. You can't compete. Aggro?
I'd first like to state that I've never run into a Kava before, but I was in a goddamn Ravenloft campaign with a Dragonborn druid named Kava for like 8 months, and every time you mention this restaurant, I am once again trapped in Barovia. Anyway, I have no idea how local this place is. I think there's like 2 or 3 in the county. But like Googling it just brings me the Facebook pages for those restaurants. We got a place called Tops Burgers around here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is cheap. It is greasy. It comes in like, oh, I know the Oriental Trading catalog you ordered all of these bags and boxes from.
Yeah.
It's still cheap and it's delicious.
Yeah, Tops is great.
That is actually a really deep Big Think Dimension throwback. I think that's to episode 4.
Yeah,
when did the burger discussion happen?
Right, it was really early.
That was insanely long ago.
And since we're bringing up other local specialties to Niceville, Taco Town,
Yeah, Taco Town's good.
dirt cheap.
Yeah.
That's a really plain taco, but I like it.
Yeah, I miss it.
Yeah.
Bob, have you decided?
I'm gonna just go with Cookout. Hungry House was another one that's like, is that, do we count pizza as fast food? I don't know. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah,
I
it's weird.
probably would.
The Hungry House was like all over the place.
It was. Like, that's why it won't beat out Cookout, because it's not consistent at all.
I'm going to have to give it to Cookout just for the reason of they give you a fucking cheer wine.
Yeah.
It's hard to compete with. Good luck.
It's like a real size. Like, it's a full...
Yeah, you can even get it in huge.
You can.
And they'll be confused every time. They're like, no, you got a tray. You don't get a huge soda. And I'm like, I want a huge soda, though.
Okay, I found it. I made this picture to make fun of Bob's burger opinions in October of 2019.
What? We can't have been going that. Oh, my God.
Jesus.
I'm now doing the math in my head. I'm like, is that real? Were we doing Big Think then? Or is this just a completely random attack?
That sounds right. That'd be literally the start of the podcast.
We started Big Think in January of some year. I thought it was 2020. I guess it's 2018.
Yeah, it's 2019.
Okay. All right. All right. That long, huh? I did see John Schwando at the beginning of the stream in chat being like, I've been watching since episode 4. What is time? God, good lord. Good
episodes.
lord. Good lord. 300.
300.
Like the movie. We should have timed.
Oh, now I get it.
Yeah, now you get it. We should have timed a Blessed Blonde for that.
We should
To come
have.
out at the same time.
Man.
I guess we can record that after this. No one needs to hear about it. He's 10.
Let's make it Kirk content, then we can watch it.
And we can split the difference.
Yeah.
And be like, is that? I'm good to move on. Feel like everyone gave their answers. My question is there a game, movie, or TV show that you wish you did a spoiler cast on? Yes, Bochy the Rock.
Of course.
That's the only one in my brain. That's it. Oh, wait. Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War.
Yes.
These are the two. These are the two legendary. Fuck! Aggro?
I mean, like, I got the boat movie through Blessed Blonde. I feel like my dreams all came true.
Chris.
This is a hard one.
Bob, do you...
The one that is still on the table. I could force through eventually.
Yeah.
Wii Boomers on Tenchi.
I mean, Wii Boomers is always capable.
See, that kind of thing feels inevitable to me. So,
But yeah,
like,
so-
yeah, sure, fucking, we'll do Tenchi eventually. Like, there's no way we don't.
Right? That's the great thing about Wii Boomers. It never feels like we missed the train on any of that shit. There was no train.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess this section should be more about things we did have past their time.
That we feel
past
like,
their
yeah,
expiration
slipped
date.
out of the... Which chat's trying to convince me that we could still do Bochy.
I mean,
Like-
Mochi's still relevant.
You think we'll
It's
get views?
true.
I think so.
You think?
I guess mine would be to successfully complete what I started with Aggro and put the gun to both Dan and Bob's head and it's like, we're doing a fucking spoiler cast series on Trails of Cold Steel. Start eating.
I'm in danger.
I do have this dream of one day, we all get together in a room with a TV, and I lock the door, and Ruby starts playing.
The ship on that has definitely sailed.
You think?
I don't think.
I don't know. It
Ruby's
can't
ever
hurt
coming
me
back.
anymore. It's functionally dead.
Right?
Be like, sure, fucking whatever.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think other big games we missed. But I don't know.
You know, we could have done several more Days Gone spoiler casts, so all the ones we didn't do.
Right? Oh man, we didn't do the Fallout TV show. We could have.
That's true.
Yeah.
They did that weekly, didn't that come out weekly though?
I don't remember.
I think it did. I think that was part of what made it like hard for us to do.
Hard, yeah.
I'm good to move on. If
Sure.
everyone else is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm moving into a new place. What ice maker do you use, and what do you use to make cold brew coffee? The cold brew maker I use is an OXO one. It's good. Makes cold brew.
Yeah, I found that for kitchen appliances, it's usually, does OXO make it? Get that one.
Yeah. No, OXO's a good brand. It's OXO. I've literally never used a product of theirs and gone, this is bad. There are a couple I think they make where there are better alternatives that are cheaper.
Yes.
And that's very rare. But, you know. As for the ice maker, I looked it up just now. I had to look at the receipt. It is a New Air, all one word, portable 50 pounds of ice a day countertop ice maker. America's Test Kitchens reviews are what we go to for like every kitchen appliance ever. So literally, if you ever go, I wonder what Dan and Bob would get for blank, just go and see if America's Test Kitchen has reviewed it and get the one that's price appropriate for you.
Yeah.
Literally, most of my fucking appliances are through their recommendation, and I'm always happy. I don't have one appliance I hate. I hate that I have the number of appliances I have, but that's more of the weird storage situation going on there. Also, none of you understand what it's like to live in a shared kitchen space with someone who's 4'8". Do you know how many of those shelves make you a fucking asshole if you put a thing on them?
I just think like the new place, any new place I go to will probably also have an insanely small kitchen,
Probably.
and I already don't have room for
Right.
even the air fryer.
Right.
It's crazy.
Somebody was, back at that, what's the most delicious food you've made recently? And I'm like, if you want the scummiest, most what a fat ass answer, I'll be like, well, there was a time I made a chocolate creamy ice cream that I shoved too much peanut butter into.
That is
It was
good.
fucking exquisite, man.
I with the creamy, I made that vanilla ice cream dairy free.
Yeah.
With peanut butter and jelly, and that was excellent.
That was, yeah. I mean, I tried it even without that. It was really damn good.
But yeah, just put raspberry jelly in there, and it's like, oh man, I didn't think that'd work.
Spiffy Jets is gonna get you the 75-pound stainless steel cube for Christmas. What was that, the Onion article where it's like kitchen appliance company KitchenAid announces new 75-inch stainless steel cube for your kitchen? Oh man. I'm gonna skip this question just to get a short one. How did you come about acquiring the rights to Isolation 119? Would you ever consider buying rights to other strange movies given the opportunity? Well, I'd have to love the movie in advance. Because Isolation 119 was literally that. I had shown the movie to friends something like 4 times. And when I went to do it the 5th time, it was removed from Amazon. So I couldn't recommend it to friends on the internet anymore.
Right.
I owned a copy, so I get to watch it forever, but they couldn't. And that actually bummed me out. So I then went and found the director in order to write them an email and just be like, oh man, I love this. Like, they showed up, but they found us, I think, because of our commentary track.
Oh, yeah.
Or I found them. I can't remember. But I was like, no, this movie's like really good. This is genuinely, I love this movie. It's too fucking funny. They listened to our commentary track. They're like, yeah, you had us dead to rights. That's good when a director watches your commentary track of their movie and goes, yup. I would do it for another movie if I was incredibly moved by it. But Isolation 119 is kind of one of a kind, you know? It's hard to find something with that exact mix.
Right.
You now have full control of Phil Spencer's mind. How do you unfuck Xbox? I'm going to hand it to Aggro first.
I mean, like, you're kind of asking me to jump overboard and steer the Titanic from the outside. Like, it's not possible. But, I mean, honestly, you fire the C-suite, kill Game Pass that day. And congratulations, you're a publisher now. You're a publisher for the next several years. Maybe try again with a box in about a decade.
I put everyone at Microsoft on the sole task of making a time machine.
Oh. Yeah. No, it's so far gone. Like, you can't go back from this.
Chris?
Yeah, you can't. It's too late now. Like, you can't undo the damage that's been done. If I had to try, I would go into Satya Nadella's office and say, we get rid of that contracting rule and I'm killing myself in front of you right now.
Yeah, that feels like the only way to even start reversing course. You need to be able to make video
bullet
games.
point one. Nothing else matters if you can't get that done. Like, it straight up has to be, you do this or I'm altering the trajectory of your life forever.
Bob's really working through this one. It's like the fucking war games. Bob is the computer running through every possible situation.
Right?
like you have full control of Phil Spencer's mind. Like, can I read it? Can I see his thoughts? Do I get to know whether he knows where the marketing department is? Is anybody actually supervising them, or are they sending in images from an undisclosed location?
Yeah, you would need to fire the entire marketing department. You just need a new one. Like, completely from the ground up new. Maybe someone in touch with reality. That would help.
It would help.
You need to readjust your image. You need to not look like this weird out of touch company anymore. And you do need to get rid of Game Pass. Like, there is no future in that. That's just chasing a goal that's only hurting you. So I don't know. It'd be such a massive scale re-imaging sort of thing that it feels infeasible. Like, I don't know if they can get approved for that level of cash it would take to do that. It's not cash buying another company, after all. It's actually trying to accomplish something, so obviously it's not getting approved. So we need to go higher. We need to take over Nadella's mind.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and move on then. Hola, GigaBoots. Hola. An aspect of your content I have really enjoyed is how good of friends you all seem to be. I know Dan, Bob, and Agra have all known each other for a very, very long time. I've wondered if there was a specific moment for y'all when you were getting to know each other that you realized, oh shit, this dude is really chill. We're probably going to be bros for life, or did it just come, kind of naturally happen over time without much thought? Or an inciting incident. Hope the question isn't too personal or anything. The deep lore of your friendships is fun to hear about. There have been many funny stories. Since I am here, I must confess, for way too long I thought Dan and Bob were brothers because they share the same last name of video games. But it turns out you're just hetero life partners. God bless. Aggro, when you first met me in that English class, you were definitely like, what a chill dude.
Yeah, no, that's the problem with this prompt. The presupposition that anyone has interacted with Dan video games and thought, this dude is really chill.
He's just really laid back, you know?
Yeah. The guy who's known for yelling.
I don't know, was it like, it might have been the same week, two things happened in that English class. Dan pulled out a Game Boy Advance and showed me the specific save file he had. I don't remember which Castlevania game it was. Where his stats were perfect to where if he entered this room and whipped a skeleton, it would do 69 damage. Then he kicked me so hard in the shin with steel-toed boots on that he injured his own toe.
Just a really chill guy.
So chill, man.
That's so chill, laid back. I think that was Harmony of Dissonance. It might have been. I think it was Harmony of Dissonance. I'm going to guess it was that. That's the important part people want more details on, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
obviously.
definitely.
At least two.
Not the how hard you kicked him hurt your own foot.
Nah, no one cares about that. Anyways, if you wear steel-toe boots, make sure they fit tight. that's the moral.
God, I fucking hate steel-toed boots.
But you have to wear them, right? For your shit
No.
you do? No? Okay.
No.
With Chris, I got to live the unachievable dream. I listened to a podcast for years and then turned all of my parasocial feelings into regular social feelings.
Yeah, I bet that is bizarre.
For Chris, he found us through the Mighty Number 9 stuff, if I remember correctly, right? The rant is go.
Yeah, I remember. I remember Dan talking about like, this guy started watching our things. It's like, and then you kept hearing me talking. And you're like, Bob, I think this guy's our age.
Yeah, it was one of those things where Chris would tweet at us, and he was also in the chats for the Mega Man Maker stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the tweeting us was enough because we played one of Chris's levels like really early on, at like episode 2 of Mega Man Maker.
Yeah.
Not even live, Mega Man Maker.
Wow.
Yeah, I made the FromSoft level. It's a poison swine.
Yep. And I was like, oh, this guy seems really cool. And then we were like, hey, we want to do some Kingdom Hearts podcasts leading up to Kingdom Hearts 3. I have this funny idea. We need to get someone. And Chris is like, yeah, I'm interested. I know a guy. And I'm like, great. And that's how that as a working relationship came to be. Before that, it was just I speak into a microphone and he writes text.
Right.
Before that, we didn't talk or anything. For me and Bob, I don't fucking know, man. We had a mutual friend.
Yeah, we had a mutual friend in middle school. We hung out before school started frequently because of that. Like all three of us as a group. And eventually, we were like, that guy sucks.
Little bit.
It was not aggro.
It was not aggro. And it was
He
a
won't
tough.
fucking leave.
And it was. We just keep talking about how much he sucks. I thought he knew we were talking about him, and it didn't happen. There was actually, it wasn't aggro, but it was a top 10 anime betrayal in high school, and we were not the betrayer. So
Yeah.
it's okay. That dude. Here's the thing. You don't need to be like, they're coming off his asshole. No, that dude actually apologized. That's how you know.
Right? Like what was
dude-
that, 20 years later or something?
I think yes. It was
insane.
let me do the math. It was like 10 years later or something. He was like maybe 8 or 10. I don't know. But yeah, he literally, dude, I sucked. So his words, not ours even. So there you go. Unlike the other person, whereas Eric and I had a mutual friend, and we're like, this dude really sucks. And then the legal system said, this dude is one of the suckiest type of people. We should put him in prison. And I'm like, holy shit, I didn't know he sucked that much. So anyways.
Yeah, not that level of friends, at least.
Not
Jesus.
that level of sucks.
God.
That was really funny, though. Eric got me sick the second time hanging out with him because he made this insane burger. It was a giant burger made of various beefs and a bacon net on top. And
he went to one of those memes.
yeah, he's one of those meme dishes. And it was so full of grease that I ate it. Felt like shit. Went home, went to sleep for maybe 30 minutes, and woke up and puked straight orange grease into my sink. Ugh. It was very epic meal time. We have a couple questions here that have a similar tangent to them.
Okay.
So I thought I would go through this. Let's see. I'm going to read both of them. First one. Hello, lads. With the reasons to invest in a console becoming less appealing due to multiple reasons, do you think PC gaming will gain in more popularity? I've been debating becoming a PC gamer for a few years now and haven't pulled the trigger yet, since it is more of an investment than simply buying a console and turning it on. But with the way Sony... Well, let me finish first. But with the way Sony and especially Microsoft is going, this is more likely to happen for me personally, and I can imagine others probably feeling the same way. If you want to do a quick reply to that before we read the next one, go ahead.
I think it's actually the opposite. I think right now the value proposition is much skewed in favor of consoles versus PC.
Yeah, when it comes to sheer functionality for $1.
When it comes to sheer functionality for $1, you buy a PS5 and it's running everything but the tippity top of AAA at a good frame rate, at a good resolution, it loads fast. Meanwhile, in PC, to get notably superior performance to a PS5, you're dropping a lot of money.
Yeah, you're dropping hundreds per component.
Right.
And forget, there is no moderately superior to the PS5 anymore. That gets you identical performance pretty much. Like, the exact same problem games will still be problem games on a PC 30% stronger than a PS5. You need to go sicko mode to make that shit bulletproof.
And then even
we're back,
still, a lot of games still are not able to be stable.
Yeah.
We're back to 2007.
Yeah.
Where PC is, you're dropping $200,000 to get something markedly better than a console. Like the value proposition has entirely reversed from what it was during late 7th and all of 8th gen.
All of it, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. I do see where they're coming from, though, because paying to play online is insanely hackish.
Right. That they are upping the rent all the time, and that sucks and is inexcusable.
But on the PC end, CPUs cost hundreds. Depending on the tier you want to get, it's either 200 to 400 and whatever. The 9800X3D, I believe, was $430 before tax. But it's literally the best CPU in the world, so I can't sit there and, for gaming, it is hands down not even close the best CPU in the world.
Right.
It is insane. It's 25% better performance than the second best CPU in the world for gaming. But the GPUs are nuts. That's where it really goes insane. I was just watching a Gamers Nexus video where they were talking about the 1080 Ti and how good of a value it was when it came out, and trying to compete with that now and what that means, what the equivalent card price-wise would be in the lineup and stuff like that. It's complicated. If you want to have something better or even equal to the PS5, it's complicated.
Yeah, and then
to line up a GPU that doesn't cost almost as much as the PS5, or, within ballpark, right?
Mm-hmm. And all PC games now, if you're going for the AAA end, which I assume is what we're talking about,
it's relevant, but
it feels like every one of those launches with horrible issues on PC that don't get fixed or take half a year to get fixed.
For example, Star Wars Jedi Survivor is one of those games where it spent a year and a half getting patched. On PC, it apparently still has stutter issues running a specific path around town, where on the PS5 Pro it flat out doesn't, and maybe even the PS5 original. So this many years later, and still.
And Star Wars Outlaws just came out. We had that thing about the gigantic patch note today. That addresses, it's still broken on some Windows machines.
So
you're signing up for a lot of issues if you're going to top end.
If you're going for absolute top end, I want to play the latest AAA games or just AAA games, period. You may be in for a world of hurt, but I'm sorry, I'm just saying Final Fantasy 13 on PC is still broken when you do scan on enemies. I'm playing the Xbox version of that if I'm playing that. It's such a nice version. The back compat enhanced. Xbox version. It's a complicated question because of that.
Right. If you're not looking to play high-end AAA games, yeah, sure.
100%. Because even something like Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, which is AAA, but Japanese AAA,
right,
is better on PC because you can just lower the resolution and raise the frame rate.
Yeah.
I don't know why the PS5 version doesn't run at 120 frames per second. Sony needs someone out there proselytizing 120 frames per second mode.
Yeah, East 10, that was also very much enhanced by being able just to run at 120 the whole time.
And the difference between my 120, where I'm using a 4090, which it was 140, a little bit higher depending on my settings, and Bob's 120, where he's using a 1080 Ti, isn't functionally that much because we're both getting 120, which makes it better than the PS5.
Right.
Speaking of which, the used price on 1080 Ti's, they're pretty good. So
okay,
maybe.
I'm rocking that card Dan gave me, It's fine.
It's 8 years old.
Right.
And it's still
'Cause
extraordinary.
Because every single thing that's newer is just like, yeah, I ruined it by having ray tracing in TAA, so it's just going to look like garbage no matter what you do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. But you did have issues running what was the name of the last Descendant or the first Descendant?
The first Descendant?
Like that and some other games did have issues in the 1080 Ti.
Yes.
I don't know how much better they were on the PS5 though.
No, because actually, I was the first Descendant. I first played it on that old video card I had, the 10.
Okay, the 1060.
1070. Yeah, 1060.
Uh-huh.
And that was unbelievably bad. And then I got to play on PS5 regular, and that was a little better, but unbelievably bad.
Okay. Let me read this second question, and then we can really dig into this. From Robe BLB. Hello, Giga Daniel, Bobbert Video Games, Dr. Aggravated, and everybody hates Chris copyright symbol.
What? That's
I didn't know he had a sitcom where everyone hated him.
right.
The holiday season is approaching, and I have to admit my tastes aren't quite professional. Which would you recommend? A Steam Deck, a ROG Ally, or maybe you have an equivalent laptop in mind I should go for that instead that's not too much more expensive. I don't know if I have the room for a PC setup in my space. I already have an older gaming laptop that I don't trust to play games anymore after about 6 years if I need to do anything other than gaming.
I would not buy a ROG Ally
Here-
under any condition.
here's the problem.
Nobody should buy a ROG Ally.
For one, if you're going to buy a ROG Ally, you need to buy the X because that's the one where they fixed the SD card issue. Oh my God. Let me break it down. Gaming laptops, all of them I've ever tried suck.
Yeah.
If you buy one, do not buy Gigabyte.
No. Never.
Do not. 2, the Steam Deck is not compatible with every game. Every Steam Deck fan you've ever spoken to has inflated the notion in your head. I tried to do the Funko Fusion stream on the Steam Deck. It couldn't install at all. So keep that in mind. Also, the performance on that isn't super strong. It is good, but it's not going to do as much as you maybe think it will. With the ROG Ally, it's not a great experience because it's not an optimized environment like the Steam Deck OS is for interfacing with it being a portable and you wanting to access all these different things like your library and stuff. You know, it still has a lot of things that require you to use a mouse or use the touchscreen as a mouse. I hate to say this. I wish I had an answer, but as of right now, I really don't. This is why I stick to desktops now.
Right.
Because every time we've gotten a laptop, it has been a nightmare. But yeah, the PC space is good because, you know, we just talked about Steam earlier making more progressive policy announcements. There are a lot of pro things, like it's a pro that you don't have to pay for cloud saves. It's a pro that you get to manage and adjust your shit as much as you want. It's a pro that you don't pay to play online.
Yeah.
It's a pro that on PC we could do the thing where we lower the settings to run the game at 120.
Yeah.
Because that matters more than the stupid ray tracing modes.
Yeah, like Black Myth Through Calling, you can play that at 60 on PC. That's not possible on PlayStation 5.
Right. It still has a lot of performance problems on PC because it's a AAA game. But so I am pro PC gaming 100%. I'm very excited to see what this new Giga PC can do with the 9800X 3D and a 4090. And then when the 5090 comes out, I will cry because I no longer have the best gaming rig in the world. I will weep bloody tears. Oh, Daniel, he has cried bloody tears on this day. Bob, have we told them that we're threatening them with a PS3 emulated playthrough of Lords of Shadow?
I don't know.
Okay.
We're definitely doing that, though.
We need to test the PS3 emulator. I hear it's pretty good. And the only thing I want to test it on is Lords of Shadow. Let's see if it can make it all 15 hours.
It destroys the new PC. It's like, it wasn't worth it.
It's just Aqua Teen levels of on fire.
Yeah, it's just...
Oh. I wish I had a better recommendation. I currently don't. Also, I bet a Steam Deck 2 is either coming out 2025 or 2026. I would put money on 2026, so...
Yeah, I was like, if you want to hold your breath, but that's...
Maybe wait.
It's just big maybe.
Also, the Steam Deck 2, or the Switch 2 is next year. So maybe that works for me, maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, it is weird because this is split in some way with having a gaming laptop in there, because that could be in any number of applications where the ROG Ally and the
Steam Deck
are very much. No, this is a gaming machine.
Right, it's true. I mean, if you could find a really solid build and quality to a gaming laptop, that would be the winning bet.
Mm-hmm.
I've never met one.
Right.
I mean, I've got this Asus TUF over here. I haven't really. I mean, I played Starfield on it. That's about the most demanding thing I've done with it.
But then that also had the audio codec broken at a motherboard level with Windows 11 that caused us to get you a Mac Mini. So,
Well, I mean, they're not going to use Discord. They're using this for games only.
No Discord.
No Discord.
They would just simply use their phone.
Yes.
For Discord.
Don't you have a phone?
I thank you, Blizzard man. I do. I do. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say about that, so we'll move on. If everyone's okay with that. Chris, did you have any other things you want to?
Nah.
Okay. To Chris, would you ever consider doing a podcast talking about construction and home maintenance stuff? P.S. I liked how several years ago you guys called the Podlords Pod Elves for December. And it would be really cool if you did that again this year. I don't negotiate with terrorists. Chris, would you?
I mean, I could. It's kind of a thing that doesn't lend itself well to talking. Like,
Yeah, it's very visual.
it's very visual and it's so broad. I guess I could conceivably answer questions, but that's about it.
See, the thing is, like, and this is me just thinking, right? The format that would be ideal, I would think, is kind of like Extra Napkins is a food podcast where two guys talk about food.
Okay.
So you'd think, conversationally, you open with just Chris and some other guy who does that.
Mm-hmm.
Just talking about that job, random anecdotes, etc. And then you move on to questions if that is a thing you do. But we don't know anyone.
Yeah, we don't have another handyman.
Aggro, you're going to have to get into being handyman.
We'll do one of those split content contrast podcasts where Chris will be handy and I'll be handsy. And I'll talk about inappropriately touching other people in public without their permission.
I was worried it was going to be that.
Of course it was going to be that, Bob. How long have we been doing this podcast?
Let's see. Hi there, longtime fan. What do each of you individually consider the best video game you've ever played? The best video game made so far. Thanks, Bobby. Why are you writing our own email?
Yeah, it was me.
Well, Bob, you seem so interested in your own opinion.
Why, yes, I am.
So there's this game called Devil May Cry 3 on the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, my answer is Devil May Cry 3. I don't know what else you expected.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been dumb for them to expect anything else.
Right.
Aggro?
The difficult thing here is like the second part of the question, the best video game ever made. That's something you can have a debate about. You can discuss and the merits of and such and so forth. The best video game I've ever played. That's rough.
Do you want me to answer for you? People love when other people do that.
Oh yeah, no, I'm emotionally primed for this to be an enjoyable experience. Please go ahead.
Ocarina of Time.
I'm in the age bracket, and it's up there. Honestly, I'm trying to decide between two answers that are gonna get me negative emotions from different groups of people.
Ooh.
Oh.
One of my answers is Final Fantasy IX. Because that game got me too early, and I'm hooked. It's part of my brain. And the other, I think, slightly more respectable answer is the original Myst.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Chris. What do you consider the best video game you've ever played or made so far?
It's still Wild Arms 2. That's been my favorite for like 25 years. It's still my favorite game. I sure wish it had a good translation.
God. That sucks.
It sure does.
I had a long heads up on this question,
Uh-huh.
and I'm still vexed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
Favorite video game is rough. Like it's a broad medium.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because it's not even favorite, it's best. What do I consider the best? Which I could just sort of be like, fuck you, here's my favorite instead. I don't care if it's constructed poorly.
Yeah, right. That's why I can consider Shinobi up there. It's like, no, it's not the best video game ever made by any
Because
regards.
it depends on what you consider the aim of a video game to be. How does it achieve being the best? What does it have to accomplish to rate for that?
Yeah. For me, shooting from the hip really fast, I will give you the smallest list because Jesus Christ, choosing one. Super Mario 64.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Resogun. Ape Escape 1. Dragon's Crown 13 Sentinel Siege's Rim. That's it. It's gotta be one of those. It's gotta be.
We'll get to the bottom of this. Scientists will figure this out.
We'll figure it out one day. Yeah, absolutely incredible games. I think I would give them all 10. I'm pretty sure they're all 10s. I'm like, I need to play through Ape Escape 1 3 more times. What a good goddamn game.
Mm-hmm.
No, see, someone's like, no Castlevanias, and I'm like, yeah, that was a problem. I just sat there for most of me taking a shower today being like, Arya Sorrow's so fucking good, but Bloodstain has all these things, and oh my god. And I couldn't choose one. It was really fucking hard. And then you have Rondo of Blood. So I'm cutting it off. It's one of those 5 other things I said totally. How about Sonic the Hedgehog 2? Not even 3. I really want Chris to answer this question because this is undoubtedly, I feel like his answer is going to be the funniest or the best.
Okay.
From Ian is Gaming. What is the most expensive thing you have accidentally broken on the job? How much was it? Were there any consequences?
Oh my God.
I personally fried some circuit boards worth a couple $1,000s that were meant to go on a military aircraft in the past. Those quality reports were not fun to fill out. Your podcast make the workday somewhat tolerable. Ian.
I don't think I've ever broken anything especially expensive. I am very careful. I have cut through the cables of my power tools a couple times, but that takes like 10 minutes to fix. The closest I have is the bathtub story from when I worked at Home Depot,
Right.
where I let the guy load the bath. Yeah, I didn't break it. I just let him steal it. Where the guy was like, "Here's our 800-pound, $1,200 tub. Oh, all my credit cards declined. Oh, my check declined. Don't worry, I'll unload it." Cashier who let me load it before paying, even though you're not supposed to do that, and then he just drove off. And I never told anyone, and nothing ever happened.
We used to use screw-on lens filters. And we found out why you don't use screw-on lens filters. Because then you go to zoom, and they unscrew. And then they shatter on the ground. It wasn't that much, though, in the grand scheme of GigaBoots.
Uh-huh.
It was only like $140. But we had no fucking money back then.
No, we didn't.
We had none. We had unmoney.
Yeah, so that really hurt.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, I want to give up forever.
Yeah.
Aside from that, I'm trying to think of other things.
I feel like with GigaBoots, a lot of times the equipment breaks on us, and it's not our fault. It's just something that happens.
Right, like we just talked about the DBXs. Like, it's not even just us. Someone else was interested in DBX, did the research, and they also found from other people. They just have a short shelf life.
Yeah.
So that...
I feel like some of our first capture cards also had similar things. Like, oh, this is...
Oh, yeah, the first one they sent us was absolutely bunk. So then we got a new one. Yeah, Spiff is pulling out receipts in chat right now. Didn't you drive off with a MacBook on your roof once?
That wasn't equipment for a job, though. Well,
I mean, it
was.
was. I literally took all my notes on it, and that's the only reason I bought it. We were moving houses, and a bunch of things got packed up, and somehow the MacBook itself ended up on the roof of Bob's car. instead of inside of Bob's car. We didn't find out until we drove down the road, and on the main road in Niceville, we heard a... And that was it? So we assumed Bob, like, ran over a thing?
Right.
We get to Bob's, and I'm like, where the hell's the laptop? And we look at his fucking trunk, because I think about, like, where it could have been. And then I play it back and I go, oh my God. And we look at his trunk and you can literally see the gash in his trunk from where this fucking machined aluminum thin ass laptop slipped off finally after miles of driving.
Yes.
And hit it and just cut into it. So it had been an hour and a half. We finally drive back to where on the state road it was. That thing's pulverized. It's still in the other room.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's it though. I think that's everything.
I'm trying to think if I broke anything at GameStop. I feel like I didn't. Those Xboxes were okay after they fell over. Because we had... super early on working at GameStop, before we had boxes to put the used consoles in,
Oh, yeah.
we would cellophane wrap them.
Yeah.
So there's this giant pile of original Xboxes cellophane wrapped on top of each other.
And those are not quite flat.
Not quite. And they're cellophane wrapped with controllers on top. So those fell over, and that wasn't my fault. That was clearly an engineering error on whoever set that up.
Yes.
And then it happened
100%.
again when we switched the boxes and someone decided that they should be piled twice as high as they ever should be, and she should be up to my head. So those fell. But I think
That's
they were
clearly
okay.
you. That
That
you.
was-
Oh, yeah. But yeah, also they were okay, probably.
Probably.
They probably weren't discernibly less okay than they were being a used console at a GameStop anyway.
Right. Those 360s were built strong, okay? Definitely.
Sure.
Definitely.
Let's see, only a couple more here. From Quintface. Hey, big thinkers. Quintface here. What do you guys think was the coolest, funniest thing that's happened on BTD or your streams? Personally, I enjoyed the mass sub bomb during the Ratchet Marathon. Here's to 300 more big things, I hope. It's so hard. We have a long and storied career of me crying and laughing so hard on camera. I genuinely can't pull any one thing as the funniest thing.
Yeah, it's a really, really tough question because a lot of the streams happen in 12-hour chunks.
Right.
It becomes mentally exhausting. I often forget many things that have happened.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. There are countless things. Countless things you could... Yeah, no. People are bringing up, you play as Dan. Where it's the guy waking up in the shitty cyberpunk loathsome house full of filth. And I'm like, wow, it simulates being me so well. And then it says, you play as Dan. Yeah, that's definitely really good. Drown the Witch was amazing.
Yes.
For Nuts and Bolts, where we just decided. And Drown the Witch 2, I also enjoyed it, Jack X.
Yes.
When I went, I can bump this fucker out of bounds during the jump. We're doing it. And then it just hard ended the boss battle. Final boss of the game. That was great. I know the major complication is, and here's the science behind GigaBoots and why it works. I surrounded myself with people I find genuinely very funny. So they make me laugh a lot. So it's kind of hard to be like, pick one. Chris often says shit that's so hilarious on a fucking podcast that I lose it. Aggro doesn't though.
No.
It's true.
Aw.
Yeah, there's so many armchair devs that
Yes.
we get stuck into such horrible bits.
No, it's really good.
Oh God, the Silent Hill episode. We almost died recording.
Yeah, I love that armchair dev sometimes just needs a break to recover.
Right? Like they edit out the pause, but I believe in the episode is me going, wait, I'm still thinking about Pyramid Head dabbing.
I feel bad that I missed that one.
It's so good. Oh my god. Yeah, so it's really hard to choose. I don't know. There's your top list. It's really weird that the things that stick with me as really funny are the bizarre jokes where Aggro just insulted what city was it? In the Mortal Kombat armchair devs?
Frog.
Yeah, for no reason, right?
I had nothing. I had nothing to ask Bob.
I was that question set me off on like, if there's something I just don't know that is like
Racking your brain. Oh God, what's wrong with Prague? What has he found?
And even we didn't confirm later. I just assumed, oh, there's something off with Prague I don't know about, because Edgar knows about history.
Yes, armchair devs, the perfect time for a defenestration joke.
Yeah, no, Armchair Devs is absolutely hilarious. I love that show. That show would take up a huge amount of the top moments. I don't know, video games are funny as shit, though, so a lot of our death streams are just full of video game pulling deranged thing and us just laughing over it. Like, every single fucking time a video game's like, this happened, and me and Bob go, no? Like, because they didn't make the thing the script said happened.
I love it. Like, it was caught on video. It was great to see it from the outside. There's a moment during the Mirror of Fate.
Yes,
stream.
I was going to bring this up too. I think
I'm about to unload a really shitty joke on Jim Ratgazer. And like, I go, hey Jim, and you can see Dan activate. No, God damn it, no, aggro. Because he has learned the specific tone of voice that precedes absolute bullshit.
I always remember the time you tricked Dan during the Kingdom Hearts 3 stream you were on.
No!
And you unspool some bullshit about ducks having rigid tracheas so helium doesn't affect them. And Dan is buying it for like 5 seconds, and then you see his face change. He goes, "You're lying! You're full of shit!"
the "do you a brain" moment on Kingdom Hearts 2.
Can I do you a brain?
Can I do you a brain?
For people who missed that, we are way into this Kingdom Hearts through death stream.
It's like 2 a.m.
Vox has come on and is co-hosting, and she's reading Kingdom Hearts 2 fan fiction. Where, what was it? I believe it was Sora talking to Riku about his beautiful hair, and he asks, "Can I do you a braid?" That lived rent-free in Bob's brain like a parasite for years, and then we're driving back from Cookout, Bob's like, "Can I do you a braid?" Just out of nowhere. Also, there was that sentence of the beige sand, which was way funnier than it deserved to be.
The other things from the Mirror of Fate stream that I saw Edgar was going to bring up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeeting the succubi into the
foreground, because it's a 3D game. It's on the 3DS, so they thought it was really cool and edgy to have Gabriel, whoever you're playing as, probably Trevor, I don't know, yeet the succubuses from the Medusa into the foreground, and Jim Ratgazer's dying.
Yes.
The yeet was too strong for him.
He literally cannot breathe.
That is...
Oh my God. Thinking about it now is causing my system to react. Yeah, the coolest thing that ever happened on stream was me eating an entire Taco Bell nacho party pack.
Yeah, the nacho trough.
Bring me the trough.
I forgot that had a real name and not just the trough.
It was so much sodium.
Yeah.
I wanted to die the next day.
Jesus.
There's like one more thing. I can't remember the easiest way to find this. Give me 1 second. This is one of my favorite moments in all of GigaBoots. And it's one no one ever thinks of. I guarantee you, like, no one's ever presented me with this clip. I think it's pretty high up in views, though. It's just that old. Let me see if I can, because it is perfect. I guess it's not high enough to come up. Yeah, I have to wonder if I saved it, like, separately, how I've gone back and rewatched this numerous times. So we're playing Dragon's Crown with Jim Ratgazer.
Okay.
And AI illustrations or AI portraits just came out.
Oh, God.
This was a long time ago.
Yeah.
And on this stream, a viewer takes a still frame of Jim Ratgazer in this stream. and feeds it into the AI portrait, and he starts crying as I show him what he looks like, because he looks like a pudgy Elizabethan queen. He's just doing the most posh expression in the world. He looks like he doesn't understand poverty in the least as a concept, and he's crying while screaming, laughing. That is possibly one of the funniest things on stream. Jesus. It was so good. Yeah, I think we're good. Wait, I'm gonna type Jim and see if it just the AI portrait. There's just something that went wrong. It's like I want to see fan art of that with like the crown. It's so good. He's fucking dying when it happened. It was so good. I couldn't fucking believe it. His lipstick game really top notch.
Right?
That's the important thing. Emote, please. Yes, his raised eyebrow. Okay. With that done. Oh yeah, then people kept feeding the portrait back into the portrait machine, so then it started doing this. There sure are. AI has been used consistently for one thing ever.
So you're saying even back then when we were feeding AI its own slop,
And it went great.
it went great all the way down. I can't believe people kept doing that, and it kept getting better.
Yeah, it's gonna get better one of these days. One of these days, it's gonna get better. Anyway, that's it. There was also like the last thing that was clipped as a question, which we had a lot of questions, so we didn't get to yours. Understand, if I got to all of them, this would be the longest Big Think ever, no contest,
Yeah.
because there were over 70.
Whew.
Yeah. And it was not easy whittling down the list even. There were definitely more than we covered here that I think would make for good stuff. This one says we have to give each other hand jobs. I thought it being sentimental would be a good one to end on anyways. From Gone With Law. Hello, GBcast. You've been responsible for some of my favorite online content over the years. Each of you brings something special to the table, and somehow you four are always correct about literally everything all of the time. Parentheses, I'm not accepting fact checks at this time. Thank you. I could use this email to continue to rain completely justified and reasonable praises upon you as the golden podcast gods you are. Man, we get a free handy from them first. But I thought instead we could use this as an opportunity as a time of positive reminiscence. Thus, I have less of a question, more of a simple request. Can each of you share something you truly appreciate about each of your co-hosts as they've gone down this 300 episode journey with you? Cheers to 300 more episodes of GigaBoots. Much love, Heart. On With Law. Ignore the fact that I literally just praised them all, saying they're all immensely funny people.
Uh-huh.
These are some of the most unfunny fucks I've ever been around.
Truth finally comes out.
Yeah.
I knew it.
I like Agro's ability to be completely insightful and balance that with gaslighting you about absolute bullshit because he thinks that would be the funniest thing to do in any possible moment. A lot of people can speak with great prose, but only some people use that for evil. I feel like every time we do an Armchair Devs, the thing that I feel like makes Armchair Devs really work with us is each person comes in at a very different angle of what they would do and what the humor of their pitch is and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a really appreciable thing. When Chris speaks on Big Think Dimension, he often has the instant brutality of that scene from Epic Movie where they just stab Jack Sparrow in the chest or whatever. Or it's like, wow, that escalated immensely on frame 1.
Yeah.
And that's a really good feeling. That is immensely funny. Good luck finding another podcast where a host does that.
Uh-huh.
Most of them want to be liked by people in the industry at some point, possibly to get a job. I'm not going to force everyone else to do it. I thought at very least I could do it because it's a hard thing to do.
It is a hard thing to do.
I have this problem every time I try to promote like streamers I know. It's really hard to come to people and just be like, this is why I really like this person. And it not sound cringe as fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Luckily, I don't have to promote you, 3. They're already here.
Oh, I'm not getting promoted.
You're not, actually.
You don't get that 25 cents extra ever.
I'm actually here to tell you, you might be getting a pay cut. Someone wrote on their exit survey, it's Agro's fault. That's all they wrote.
Oh dear.
You give me the name. I'm about to have a complex.
No, people have written really deranged shit on exit surveys. That it has never been, it's Agro's fault. That's too funny. They would never write that. I'm gonna drink a water. I'm gonna sit over here and wait for the praise to roll in.
I am grateful that I know so many people who bring such different things to my life. Agro is so wizened. He's an erudite. He knows so much about history and things, which he will insist he doesn't know at all because he's actually studied history. And somebody who actually studies history will be the first person to tell you they don't know shit. I appreciate Dan's technical knowledge and how he's always looking at things from that angle and how devoted he is to this. Sometimes to the point of his health. Maybe sometimes there might have been times where he was drinking something that I'm pretty sure was toxic waste that we were all calling super soldier serum that he got from a mysterious Asian grocer.
It's so powerful.
I don't know if you can even find how much caffeine that had.
No, it doesn't label itself. And at some point, years down the road, we still had one. It's like, don't worry, I'm not expired. I'm like, I gotta get rid of you. You're not good for me.
Yeah, you may have been drinking diesel fuel.
But gosh darn it, it worked.
Right? It's okay. You cut it with something,
and
right?
Bob
Please.
Bob, much like Tetsuya Nomura, Bob is very quiet but very powerful.
It's true.
Sometimes Bob will just break from a complete silence and say the funniest thing I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. Which I feel like happens pretty regularly on Chugging Bleach. It comes out the most when anime is involved. And also, I love the insight into how fucked up GameStop is, because I didn't know. Not truly. I had an idea because it was a big company.
Right.
I was talking about a friend about doing a collab, and they're like, yeah, if I ever, do the crossover with you guys and Bob's there, I'm just going to ask him a shitload of questions about GameStop since he worked there for a small eternity.
God, now I don't... How long have I worked on GameStop compared to how long GameStop has existed?
Oh!
That's scary.
Because here's the problem. We're not going to do this Microsoft invented the first-person shooter shit.
No.
Where we pretend Funko Land and EB Games are GameStop.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta check. When was GameStop founded? 1984, Dallas, Texas.
Oof. Okay.
Yeah,
At
it
least
was probably just one of
Wait.
those like small regional local game shops.
This is bullshit. That's Babbage's.
Oh.
They're saying Babbage's became GameStop just in name, so that wasn't even an acquisition thing.
It changed the name to GameStop in 1999, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what they're saying. That's weird. I assume that was an acquisition like every other time.
That's bizarre because...
Babbage's was good and GameStop sucks.
No, because we had a Babbage's and
We
a
did.
Software Etc. in our mall.
And-
the Software Etc. turned into GameStop.
Yep. And the Babbage's
did not.
disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I miss EB Games. They were a lot fucking better than GameStop.
Yes. Absolutely. EB Games was really cool. Was so sad when they got absorbed. Yeah, this is really hard. Agro's always there to shadow Asia Clan. We can count on him. Dan, you're insane for having kept us doing this for so long.
See, that's the funny thing. When I was preparing this in advance, I was literally going to say the same for you, because you know what happens every Friday when you show up to stream. I'm a mess of a human being who's nowhere near ready ever. Back in the Mega Man Maker days, constantly, I'm like, we're just cancel this. I feel irky. No stream. And then you're like, go take a nap or something. You're running on 1 hour of sleep. You should sleep.
Yeah. God. You do need to be helped.
Yeah, no, if there's one member of the podcast that could be greatly aided by medication.
And yeah, Chris, honestly, the thing he said about me can apply to him too, of like, he will just say something I don't expect at all and is very vicious. And that is appreciated.
Just like an epic movie. It's really great to just see a guy get brutally stabbed out of nowhere. Okay.
So, from someone who sat between these two fuckers in Armchair Devs several times, the difference between them is that I know Chris is holding a knife behind his back. You can see it in his face. You look over at Bob, and all you see is hooded cloak. And the knife comes from behind you.
Oh, no.
When I say the cliche that, oh, none of this would have happened without Dan, I need you to understand that video and audio quality weren't a goal for him. They are a moral imperative, in the same way that clarity, honesty, and basic pattern recognition are. This entire enterprise was a need to make the world just a little bit better than it was in a single specific way. On that same wavelength, it sounds like a low bar to come in at, but the deeper we go into this doomed timeline, the more valuable it becomes. That Chris has a simple clarity of thought, an uninterrupted view of a completely complex and fucked-to-death industry that is something very important to surround yourself with.
Yeah.
Bob and I have been maintaining a brisk and almost violent, simmering sexual tension for the last 2 decades. And that kind of emotional stamina to neither cut off something that obtrusive or to give in to the potent carnal lust that I know haunts his every day and night speaks to a moral fortitude that I think is rare in today's culture.
Bob, I had no idea you were struggling like this. I'm so sorry.
You sure kept that going wild.
If I had known, I could have set up things differently so you wouldn't have to look at aggro with his giant bear-like form.
Right? This is too much every week.
I appreciate aggro phrasing in the nicest way possible that I'm on the spectrum. I like it being set up as a praise. But yeah, no, these guys are really, really smart and really, really funny. And I very intentionally tried to surround myself by people who are like that. I'm lucky in that those people both are such... These people are not only such fantastic people to be around just as friends, but that they'll put up with making content for the internet. Because that's not normal. You don't understand. That is a rare skill and trait, and even rarer to actually go through with it. I've known countless people in my times who are enormously funny, like hanging out, but then the moment a microphone might get involved are just instantly not themselves, or are just inconsistent in their ability to do a thing, or just not interested. And like, those are all fine for various reasons. People aren't, that's not inherently a good trait, but it does make it weird when you get involved with so many people who want to do thing, who then end up being one of those, right? Because that is rare. It is rare to find people who are consistently interested, who understand that you have to try, and are enormously good at it and enormously funny. Yeah, the funny thing is like the earlier comment about like, when did you realize where they were such a chill guy, and then you realized you wanted to spend the rest of your lives with them. That was enormously funny when viewing the aggro thing, because I kicked the shit out of his shins. And also, what was it? Aggro, I believe, on an ancient mailbag described it as, yeah, high school ended and he just showed up to hang out. And I went, oh, so this shit's still happening. Yeah. Anyway,
You couldn't get away.
I'm Linkara running after his green beetle.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, shit. He's crammed in there like the fucking kingpin shoved into a clown car. He's just like,
No, I don't want to make videos. I want to play Smash Melee.
like one moment, they have this thing called the internet. What if we filmed things?
Sorry, Bob. We have to do Trine.
Trying again.
It didn't. No. Why?
Man, early internet content, even as early as 2010, was an absolute nightmare. Like, you literally will never understand. No. If you weren't there tackling it, you will never understand. Last 40 minutes of our life is gone. Reason? Unknown. Do it again.
You can just do it again, right?
This room's hot as hell. We haven't invented dedicated video encoders. You're going to die in here.
It dropped a frame. There is no way to tell why. There's no way to ensure it won't happen this time.
Yeah. Oh, and because of the 13 frames it dropped across 40 minutes, now the whole thing is completely out of sync with our commentary.
Yeah. Yeah, what a nightmare.
Things are so much easier now. To record a podcast, I hit the record button. To record a stream, I hit the record button. Which, hilariously, a friend was trying to convince me, like, oh, hey, there are community-tested and community-approved overclock speeds specific to the memory modules on my RAM. And I'm like, yo, memory clock speed shit is literally how we lost Slime Month. Stability is #1 goal at GigaBoots.
I have people ask me, like, oh, well, like, what programs do you use to record? I say, no. You don't let Windows anywhere near that shit.
Yeah. As it turns out, we even did some work, and these recorders, which, again, they're very expensive, you can hook them into basically anything, and no matter how it sounds over the internet to the other person, like the laptop can ruin and whatever, the local recording's like perfect quality regardless because they're built so well. And that's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh my God. If I had a time machine, first off, they didn't invent this shit by 2010.
No.
They did not have that. But if I had a time machine and I could bring the damn bastard back, that would have changed lives. Absolutely would have changed our lives. Everything would have changed. OBS didn't exist in 2010 as far as I know. It wasn't good for recording until way, 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 way later. Oh, man. Anyways, we've come a long way. We've said a lot of nice things about each other. This is still not the longest Big Think Dimension.
Oh, weird.
I think. Barely. Yeah. And we still didn't answer something like 58 or more questions.
So you're saying we need to keep answering until it is the longest Big Think Dimension?
No.
Okay. All right. Whew.
Yeah, not by a long shot, says chat. Not by a long shot. Let me real quick. I'm gonna try to save one. Just one from the pit.
Okay.
Just one. I'm gonna glance at the emails. I'm gonna try to remember what the bodies of them were based on the header. And I'm gonna try to save just one and see. Let's see. This is a question that I feel like I don't have an answer for, but my co-host might, and so I want to read it. Do you have any particular rules that sound odd but have worked out well for you so far following them? For some reason, this sounds like a Chris thing. It sounds like a Chris thing to have an odd rule that he follows that works out every time.
And in my head, I'm like, oh, it's like Hunter x Hunter. I have to set a rule for my power, which will upgrade it. It's like,
This is a rule that I had to learn very painfully. So now it is a rule that I follow, but it wasn't for most of my life. Your first impression of someone is almost certainly correct.
Yeah,
if you meet somebody and you're kind of hedging on them, and you're like, well, I'll give them a chance. No, run. Like, if they're setting off your radar like that, that might seem cruel, but it's like you will almost always be punished for giving somebody your KG about a chance. Almost always. Sad to say it, but that's the truth. Every single time I've ever done that in my entire life, I was punished.
but see, here's the thing. You have your faculties. Other people not as good at reading people. But it's a good rule.
That is true.
mm-hmm.
It's a good rule. I've been told by countless people for various events that I have a propensity to give people too much rope. GigaBoots fan Discord would be a very different place if I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And that people weren't, by proxy, respecting me give too much rope by not raining ash and brimstone from the sky. If you can do something in a bespoke piece of hardware instead of stacking it onto some other hardware that's doing some other function, for the love of God, do it. If it does not add too many stops to a thing, for the love of God, do it. Do I want to run an emulator on my PC and play games like that, or do I want to use the Mister every time? If I can play a game on the PS5 and it'll be approximately as good as the PC version every time, I don't need to be congesting the PC with these other things. That's why we have a hardware audio recorder.
Uh-huh.
And god damn it, we sure as shit tried to get a hardware video recorder, but it would have cost us $1,000. And the video quality arguably wouldn't be as good.
Mm-hmm.
Which no one but me would notice because I'm on the spectrum. Yeah, I think that's really it, though. Like, for me, that's the main thing. If I could break out every function of us making content the way we do to a hardware function, that'd be it. I'm trying to think, are there any other weird rules?
This isn't my rule. It's something that other persons have articulated, but I've always tried to kind of listen to it. You know, I never articulated it in my head myself, but it's something I try. Be nice to people.
Yeah.
Systems aren't people.
Mm-hmm.
No, they aren't.
No.
Be as fucking nasty to them as you want. You should be.
Just to be clear, CEOs aren't people.
They're part of a system.
Yeah, they
have the power. They represent the system. They represent the system.
Yeah, they are literally the personification of the power of the system.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Phil Spencer gets kicked out of Xbox, we'll never talk about him again.
What if he made a band?
Hey, Bosman.
Yeah. Battle of the Bands with Phil Spencer. I'm trying to think if I have any other broader rules.
If you're watching a trailer for an anime
Okay.
and partway through it, a giant robot shows up, and nothing before the giant robot showing up led you to believe there was going to be a giant robot in this anime, it's a bad anime. Don't watch that anime.
I don't know if that's necessarily true.
Has never steered me wrong.
I need examples. I need at least one example.
Destiny the Shrine Maiden, Gun X Sword.
I mean, those are bad animes.
See, works every time.
I know. Does Gun X Sword count? I feel like the robot is pretty centered in that.
Well, was it centered in the trailer?
Right, in the trailer.
I guess it isn't in this explicit promo material. I just knew there was one in it.
I didn't know there was a robot in that, honestly.
It is on the cover these days, I think. Man, this looks really shitty, actually. Yeah, I'm like, wow. Well, I look at this and be like, yeah, you shouldn't fucking watch this. Oh, here's a rule. Here's a rule that's important in construction and every single fucking other thing in the entire world. Good enough is good enough.
See, and this is where my spectrum powers make me go good
Yeah,
enough
that is
isn't.
where... Yes, that in fact, to what little strife I have with Dan is over this. But to put it another way, as my dad always says, which I never say because it's an old person axiom. Idiom. We're not making a grand piano. Most things do not require the level of thoroughness and precision. Most of the time, the difference between getting something 95% of the way to perfect and to 100% is generally so fucking vast.
Yeah.
Such a colossal chasm of effort and resources that just, and most of the time 90% is fine. Can you imagine how well society would work if everything was 90% functional?
Yeah, I wish everything was at least 90% functional.
Right.
My Windows 11 install actually B-sodded on the enter your key screen. Like, it wasn't even installed yet. It was running off the SSD and it just B-sodded on the enter your Windows key screen.
Windows checked for Windows and did not find Windows. Please reboot.
These aren't letters. Explodes.
God.
This is nothing. I left it there for like 2.5 minutes and that caused that. I don't know.
When it comes to anything complicated, history, sociology, politics, etymology, if you hear a cute little story that's very neat and sounds good and demonstrates or proves a moral theory, check it again.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
I'd
feel
like
like
to,
that's applicable
just
to a
if you-
lot.
Uh-huh.
Whenever you hear anything that that you recognize you are too ready to believe, you need to immediately fact check that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this doesn't feel like a weird rule, but maybe it is. I don't know. I feel like more and more people are coming around to this. Hey, if you see a really bad take on a Twitter or something else, don't quote tweet it. Just move on.
Yeah.
Same for like posting, oh, I hate this in a space just to yell about how much you hate it. Just move on. Like, yeah, disliking a thing can provide a sort of community and make you feel less alone when other people agree with you, but there's a line, you know? You life's short. Try to focus on shit that makes you happy. There's so much shit out there. And then there's so much shit out there. Yeah, block and move on. So that way I can see your block list on Clear Sky and then laugh if it ever makes it back. I find finding out who blocked who is so funny. I don't know, man. I think if you're making a movie, don't cut every 3 seconds. Simple rules for life.
That makes your movie bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Edit your movie better. That's words to live by.
Simple movie. Does it look better now that it's on a real box?
No.
No?
But it's far enough away that I'm like, yeah, that's probably the Guilty Gear box art, sure.
Oh my god. Okay, let's reverse this situation. You hold it up, and I'll look at it for where I'm at and see if I can
Okay.
equally.
And I need to make sure it's off angle enough.
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it.
Yeah, it's just like, it's kind of red.
From that distance, I could maybe see that rough trigger was in fact a Guilty Gear.
Yeah, it might be Soul Bad Guy right there. You don't know.
Did anyone make an app for like blocking everyone you have blocked on Twitter on Blue Sky?
I don't think so.
Cool. That explains why Schreier hasn't blocked me. I didn't say anything to Schreier.
Ah,
He just saw a tweet I made that was funny.
yeah.
I didn't even
Yeah.
say words. I just posted screen caps. Sounds
Yeah,
like I didn't make the tweet at all.
Yeah, he's a weird thin-skinned name searcher.
Right.
Yeah, he is.
You'd think you'd be embarrassed, but I suppose not.
Yeah, I don't know. I managed to evade blocks from him. I guess just not talk about anything he said ever.
Yeah, don't screen cap anything. Don't write any letters like into Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it, and you're good. With the demise of Twitter, it's a shame we can no longer say half a big thing is blocked by Jesus Schreier. Anyways, I think that's gonna do it. I think we covered our weird rules. I think we said nice things about each other enough. I'm gonna end this podcast during the song that ends Gamer Premonitions.
Okay, sure.
It's playing. I guess I have to. I don't know. Anyways, as we said earlier, tomorrow we're doing... My God, I have to pull up these images again. The Rough Trigger versus a Kimbot Ratchet and Clank alike flop swap death stream.
They're like, how many times can they switch to get to Ratchet and Clank?
Just keep switching. Maybe you'll make it there.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll make it there. Who knows? I don't know. I'm really excited for this because they are both so Ratchet and Clank, but they are both so not.
Uh-huh.
And they are very much not each other. Anyway, I'm excited. This is gonna be a nice stream. A Kimbot, brand new PS5 game, by the way. I think it came out in the last 2 months. So,
well,
relevant to Game of the Year.
Sure.
It could show up in any number of categories. Chris, what are you up to tomorrow?
Killer 7 on Saturday. Tomorrow,
Oh, right.
I
Tomorrow's
don't
Friday.
know.
Sorry.
Tomorrow's Friday, so nothing.
I thought we went past midnight. I'm sorry. We've been in the podcast for a while.
I will watch the Rough Trigger versus a Kimbot stream.
Wow, these are both like Ratchet, but not. This is a great bit. I will enjoy the next 16 hours. Which even if we beat both, I don't think it would be 16 hours. But who knows? Are you going to trust the people entering the How Long to Beat for Rough Trigger? The Vanacore conspiracy? I wouldn't. Anyways, I'm very excited for the Killer 7 stream on Saturday. That's going to be great.
Yeah.
That's going to be real good. Anyways, that's going to do it for this episode of Big Think Dimension. Woo. We will see you all 2 weeks from now.
Right, because we're not doing it on
Big
Thanksgiving.
Think on Thanksgiving. That may surprise you. We're not doing it. And so little news is coming out. And this is such a big episode. We're not going to do one on Monday because nothing would happen by then.
Right.
Anyways, we'll see you 2 weeks from now. Take it easy. Enjoy the holidays. Do whatever. See you if I care. Bye. Dan, you jinxed it. You think I don't know that half the game industry is going to be fired when I hit stop recording? I know this. I have to stop at some point. Thank you very much for listening to this episode of Big Think Dimension. Big Think Dimensional is possible because of you and your support over at patreon.com/gbpodcast, where for 300 episodes, you've been able to get access to things such as Armchair Devs Extra, Gamer Premonitions Extra, Isolation 119, and so much more. That is over on Patreon at patreon.com/gbpodcast.